Champions. What's going on? How are we? How's my camera kung fu today? What's going on? Why do I look so dark? Have I changed my settings? Yeah, I have. ISO's up around 2500. Let me just fix that up. There we go. What's happening, legends? Yeah, I'm not dead. Kind of feel like it after the last week. Tell you what. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up in here. I had a 5150 combo, which was performing beautifully on the bench after a partial recap and service, and then as soon as I put it back in the cabinet, no signal. Get it out again, working perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with the speakers, nothing wrong with the chassis. Flex the chassis, no intermittency in the anything. That really pissed me off yesterday. It's been a pretty stressful week, a couple of weeks actually, trying to catch up. Just can't catch up no matter what I do. I'm getting closer and closer to needing a holiday, champions. How are you all going anyway? I've got some old chats here from before the live stream started. Super solid Tremolux video. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've got more episodes coming out, or more episode coming out on that one. When I get time to edit it, which might happen over the weekend, but maybe not. Where am I? There I am. Volume down. Right. So I figured, I know it's 2 hours later, because when Lyle live streams, normally it's 4 AM here. I'm not starting at 4 AM. I have to get up at like 2:30 or some shit. Oh, my parcel's in the United Kingdom. That's good. So there's been, this didn't make the news at all. I don't know when, well, I don't know when it was decided, but as of the 1st of July, apparently there's tariffs on the UK as well. Well, the EU. The UK and EU, I think. So we're trying to figure out, get to the bottom of why that happened and how to get around it, if there is a way, or if, I don't know, it's just getting to the point where it's not worth shipping anything internationally, especially small ticket items, because the tariff ends up being equal to the friggin' product cost almost. Yeah, that came out of the blue. Apparently, my business Facebook account is under review for some fucking reason. It's happened before because the AI script or whatever the fuck algorithm they use has just randomly flagged my account for no reason. And last time I just requested a review and it just went away. And so it's just an error because everyone's vibe coding with Claude and shit these days. So the code, you probably noticed software is just getting shitter in general over time. Like functions have stopped working, or it's slower, or it's just crashes, or you'll click, like, say on just Facebook for example, you'll enter a comment and it'll just disappear, and then you'll go back and it won't be there, so you'll write it again, and then like half an hour later both comments look, just dumb shit like that. So yeah, it's in shitification, everything's getting worse. Yay, 2026. Ooh, yeah. So who's here? Got Daniel Mincha. How you going, champion? Dad's here, or mum and dad? Morning. You're up early? The whole city's asleep still. I'm the only stupid fucker that's awake. Frankie, is Frankie here, or did he leave a message earlier? Andy missed the last few streams because of work, and now he's here. Martin Reed, how you going, legend? The malt tonight is Auchentoshan. Auchentoshan. Can you tell me how to pronounce that? It almost sounds Japanese. It sounds like a cross between German and Japanese. 10 p.m. in the Netherlands. Oh, well, it's probably a good thing I started when I did then, because you're still awake. not to be judgmental, but so far this live stream's pretty boring. Yeah, staring at a wall in Tokyo is probably... I mean, if you were there, it would be exciting. Staring at any wall in Tokyo would be exciting if you're there. Hope you have a cold Weinstefan right next to you. Now, I've got a coffee for the moment, but I do have a beer review to do later on. I've started planning my post-dry July first beer. It's going to be a big one, champions. It's going to be grand. I'll show you what we're planning. Goggle. Moops. Yep, still came up. Google Maps. I tried intentionally writing it wrong. Still came up. Righty-o. So, there's a little region in Sydney called Magewell. And that's where a lot of the breweries are. The craft breweries. So that's, I'm a craft brew wanker. Love going to those places. So, over here, here's Greater Sydney. I don't know if you guys are that geographically aware of Sydney or not, but I'm like here somewhere, and that's Sydney, the biggest city in Australia. And reasonably short drive down the highway there. And you go just south of Sydney. This is the main arterial road going into Sydney. And, they've got the motorways north and south. We've got a new airport out here, which they're just finished building. They had the first flights have landed this week. I think Monday, Tuesday was the first landings. And they were just test flights to test all their, their, control tower and whatever. And where is it? Where are we? Who am I? What's going on? Does it even show it on the map yet? So, Badgerys Creek. Oh, there it is. Western Sydney International Airport. So now we've got a new airport out here and it's fucking massive. And we can just go now from my place. Quick drive down here. Fucking airport. Bam! So if I could ever afford time off to holiday, it'd be a much quicker drive to the airport, because normally our other airport's down here somewhere. There it is. So that's our main airport otherwise in Sydney. Kingston Smith something or other. I think named after, I don't know much history, but named after one of the early aviators in Australia, I believe. Sir Kingston Smith. I don't know. I'll research it and get back to you. Anyway, so yeah, down here, Magewell. If you take a train to Sydenham, everything's hams in Sydney. Sydenham. It's all the hams. Petersham. You take a train to Sydney Central, which is up here, and then you get on the metro, which is a semi-underground, super fast train. It's just like being on the Japanese, Tokyo bloody subway, and you arrive at Sydenham, pop out of the tunnel over here somewhere, and you walk up this road, Railway Parade, very creatively named, I know, and you walk up this road, there's a whole fuck ton of breweries. Pardon me. So, batch brewing's probably where we usually start, because it's the first one. Walk up this road, have a beer at batch, and then there's... so this is batch. Photos. I like this place. It's all warehousey. It gets pretty hot in summer, because it's like open. And all the all the fermenters have like water jackets on them, so they're stable temperature. But yeah, it's a nice place. I like coming here. And it's got like an open front, so you can just sit there and watch the world go by while you're having a beer. So that's probably the first stop. And then this one's a classic. The Bob Hawke. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Hawke was. He was our Prime Minister from, when was he Prime Minister? I've got to Google everything. Hawke. He was... It'd be great if I just had an answer right here. Overview. So Bob Hawke, I don't know if you guys know, but Bob Hawke loved a beer. And even towards the end of his life, you'd see him at the footy or something, and you'd tell him to scull a beer and he'd do it. There he goes. Down the hatch, buddy. Good on you, Hawkey. Everyone cheering him on. Epic. Good on you, Hawkey. So yeah, he loved a beer, so they named a brewery after him, the Bob Hawke Beer and Leisure Centre. Now this place is themed like it's the 70s. And it's currently where his son Tony Hawke, yeah. So it's 70s as frig. We had a beer here a couple of months ago, and it's like stepping into a time warp. They've got the tiles on the coffee tables. Why can't I zoom all of a sudden? Everything's fitted out like it's the 70s, and they play 70s music. It's come in and sink one for the country. I love all the artwork and stuff around Marrickville. It's got a whole bunch of, like memorabilia about him and historical stuff. Statue. It's got one of his suits there. And it's got a 70s style Chinese restaurant attached. That's one of his suits. And they got dumplings and all sorts of cool stuff. Great venue. And it's got all the Hawke's Brewing beers on tap. So we'll have one there. And then we'll wander down to... that's just a brewery shop. So not a brewery per se, but for supplies. That's the distillery, so that's probably just gin. Boring. And then we'll go to Filter. Filter's pretty good. And it's got a really nice tap room there. It's quite a trendy looking bar. Ooh, wings. I could smash them. Nice outdoor area. And if we're still going after that, we'll probably go to Mixtape, which is up here. Just across the road from the Factory Theatre. Haven't been to Mixtape yet. I thought I had, but it was actually Stockade that I've been to. I got confused. Funny that, eh? After 12 beers, you get confused. So yeah, I haven't been to this one, but I'll check that out. It looks a bit more cut down, a bit more just the essentials, but they've got pizzas. So yeah, Marrickville's a great place to go if you like the craft beers. So we'll do that on the 1st of August, obviously, because we're on Dry July, which is a fundraiser for, basically assisting victims of cancer during their treatment and recovery to live life, champions. So when you're going through treatment, you feel like you've been hit by a truck every day. So there's various foundations who will help you out in various ways. Either assigning you a caseworker to make sure your treatment targets are getting hit, or just companies that will go and do your laundry for you. Just the stuff that you don't think about that's a massive pain in the ass when you're going through that shit. So if you would like to donate to my efforts, I am not drinking any alcohol at all for the month of July, which is a pretty tall ask for an Australian. We're all piss heads. if you'd like to drop a couple of funds, if you don't have the money, that's cool. Just chuck us a like and just chuck us a comment on any of my dry July related posts. I'd appreciate it. And there's the donation link if you'd like to drop a couple of bucks in the hat. Everyone's been really good so far. We've hit 13. Hang on, desk share. We've hit $1,313.67 over the target of 1,000. So everyone's smashed that target. Thank you very much, everyone. And here's all the people who've donated. I've responded to everyone, but I've got to catch up on the last few. And thank you, everyone that's donated. You bloody legends. You didn't have to, and I really appreciate it. So as of the 1st of August, I'm going to have a day off. It's Sunday and I'm down here. I'm not really working. I'm just streaming, but I've got to do some work after the stream. But it's been just non-stop here, so I might allow myself a weekend off for once. I've got a couple of really overdue jobs out the door, which is great. Got a few more really overdue ones to get done. Some headstock repairs, which I've glued, spray painted, and cut and polished. Now I've just got to reassemble the hardware and restring them and tune them up and do the setup, and out the door they go. And a couple of amps, which are 99% complete, just waiting on 1 or 2 parts to arrive, that kind of thing. So a couple sitting around here in a state of, what do you call it? Stasis? No? What do they call it when you travel interstellar in movies? I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, a few of them are pretty much done, just waiting for a part or two to arrive and they can go out the door. But today, because I've got some quotes I've got to get done, amps I haven't even opened yet, I'm going to assess some of them so I can write up the quotes tonight, because what better thing to do on a Sunday night than do fucking paperwork and get some parts ordered for them early in the week, get them out the door as well. I need to push hard as I can to get everything done, because there's some really overdue stuff. But anyway, the beard is looking good. Thank you, Liz. I put some oil in it today because it was getting really caught up in the comb. It's so curly that it just like jams up if you try and comb it. I'm going to get it trimmed today, I think. I'm going to live stream with you legends. Then I'm going to have brunch with my lovely wife when she finally gets out of bed. And after brunch, I might go for a walk around the river. Might do a lap or two of the river. And after that, maybe get a beard trim. And then go home and do paperwork all afternoon. Yay! I need some exercise. I've been in here from 6, 7 a.m. till 6 or 7 p.m. every day. It's starting to piss me off. So just catching up on the chat. No, I am not dead. No, Lyle. I want a refund of my fee. You haven't paid a fee. You're not even a member, so shush. Are you even a subscriber, T777? Speaking of subscribers, it might be time to give away some gift memberships. There we go. 5 out of the gate. There we go. Scrolling back. Designing a PCB to put in my empty angle invader chassis. How'd you end up with an empty angle invader chassis? Interesting. Thank you for helping the Lyle junkies. Lyle junkies? Oh, yeah, because you're a Lyle junkie. £10. Thank you, Plant Pop people. No comment? No worries. Thanks, legend. Oop, I just hit a... What did I do? I hit a shortcut there. I don't even know what my shortcuts are. Anyway. I need to put a bit of tape up the top of the laptop monitor just to remind myself what my friggin' shortcuts are. So yeah, Lyle's taking care of family stuff, so I thought I'd fill in for him. Since I didn't do one yesterday, I was too busy. Lucky Jim tuned in from Wellington, New Zealand. It's a bit later there. Time zones being what they are. Second biggest city, mate. Nah. Is Melbourne bigger now? I thought Sydney was still bigger. Yeah, I keep hoping on New Year's that next year will be better than last year. I really enjoyed your last walkabout video. Yeah, I'd probably give up on that hope, Andy, for a little while. Maybe for the next 5-10 years. I don't think anything's going to get much better for the next 5 years at least. But who knows? I could be wrong. Kingsford Smith, that's it. I think that's what I said. What did I say? How am I supposed to annoy you in DM now that Facebook sucks? Yeah. Well, you can always email me, Scotty. You got my email. Brad, I can only afford $5, but here's $5 towards Dry July. You legend. Thank you, mate. If you can't afford it comfortably, champions, just keep it to yourself. That $5 is better in your pocket because you might be able to turn that into $10. Hang on to your cash if you're a bit skint, champions. I'm not pushing for donations from those that can't comfortably give it. By all means. Wakefield amps, no boost tonight. I'm working on an amp which a local hardcore punk band is borrowing for a gig next Friday. Nice. So it's a pretty high gain thing because hardcore guys normally play like 5150s and Bogners and stuff. So are you doing a real high gain thing? And if so, Wakefield amps, what kind of architecture are you doing? Is it like a boosted sort of Marshall type circuit, or are you doing something different? About to go build the shell for this 2204 clone I built. Send positive vibes. Nice board cords. What cabinet timber are you making it out of? Plywood or pine? It looks cozy. Yeah, it's very cozy. I assume you're talking about the Bob Hawke Beer and Leisure Centre. Yeah, Hawke's Lager's nice. The Pale's nice. They don't really do any heavy beers, Scotty. G'day, Scotty, by the way. But yeah, they're pale and their lager's really nice. It's really good. Like, I'm mainly an ale drinker, right? But when you have a lager where you can tell that they really care about it, it sets it apart from the production lagers so much, man. These guys, Brew Mountains, Craigo up at Brew Mountains, he makes one of the best lagers around. And it makes me, every time I have one of them, I'm like, you know, it's not that I don't like lager, it's that I don't like shit lagers. It's the same with any beer. But, yeah, it's when you get a really nice lager and it's well-rounded. Just the production beers, just give them all a bad name. Just finished a 6G6 blonde basement head cap. Nice, I've got one over there that's the original-ish, but needs a... I think I showed that in a previous live stream. I still haven't gotten back to it. Luckily, I have a woodworking friend, not my strong suit. Oh, that's all right. If you get it structurally sound and you can do the finishing stuff. I love woodworking. I've got very little time to do it, though. It used to be my full-time job. And, I mean, I fit out the shop. It was one of the later jobs I did, major jobs. But, yeah, I think I've told you guys before, I used to be a full-time cabinet maker joiner. Bungalow needs counters and cabinets, electrical and plumbing fixtures, solar hot water system. Hot, I got the money. Hot, I got the money. How I got the money? Just took one of my dogs in for emergency surgery. Oh, fuck. Victor. Yeah. Vet surgeons are one of the best ways to make yourself broke. Last week, some of you advised me to try a quilter amp for my pedal steel. Tried one today, paired with my Paul Franklin speaker. First impression is promising. That's good to hear. I was wondering about that, Clivey. I've been thinking about this week, wondering if you got your hands on one. So yeah, it's a good to have. Even if you do have like a nice, your favorite amp, it's great to just have one in the gig bag in your backpack as a backup, man. If anything ever goes down, so many guitarists don't have backup amps. And you really need one, to be honest. There's so few techs out there. that can, at the drop of the hat, work on your amp, because we've all got a queue that's like 100 amps deep. Any good tech will have a massive queue. And if they squeeze you in front of everyone else, then everything else gets delayed by a day and everyone gets the shits with them. So they need to put their foot down and bow down to the queue. But that means that you probably can't get emergency repairs, and there's very few techs spread across the world, to be honest, that are trustworthy. And it's always good to have a backup amp. If something goes down that night, you know that you're sweet. It's a peace of mind. And if your amp goes down in a big way, then you can carry on with just your backup until you get that amp sorted. So yeah, having a Class D little choocher in your backpack is the obvious solution to that. Pastor, I took the opportunity to learn woodworking and finishing. It's great fun. Tolex and grill cloth, yeah, it takes a few attempts to get really good at that, especially working the corners and that. But once you realise that it responds really well to a bit of heat gun, that's part of it. And finding the right glue, which I'm still looking for. I worked in the McEwen's brewery in Edinburgh in the heat wave of summer 1976. 12-hour shifts, and there was always an open cask for a drink. Those were some days. The last thing you want to drink when you're dehydrated is alcohol, I hate to tell you, Martin. Fuck, it tastes good, though. But yeah, for every beer you have, you've got to have like 3 waters. Morning, Mum. How do we feel about Jupiter speakers, everyone? Looking at mixing a 12LC and M12C for my dual Showman reverb after I get it serviced. I've got no idea. I think I've seen 1 or 2 before, but I didn't think much about it because I was just working on the amps. But yeah, I don't know. Jupiter, do they? I don't know that they actually make speakers, do they? Are they just rebadged Jensens or something? Struggling with cab builds. ESP Junior, I've got a couple of videos on making cabinets for guitar amps, and I've got a couple of cabinet making plans on my website if you want to check them out. What? Pardon me. I think I was just making a champ cabinet, but the same principles apply to bigger cabinets. There's a crappy iPhone recording on my channel if anyone wants to hear it. I'm not an influencer, lol. And what's he talking about there? Of the cabinet. Okay. Feel free to check that out, legends. Limbo, how low can you go, man? I don't know. The Invader chassis was X-vaded, likely. X-vaded? Sydney has slightly more population, Melbourne suburb area wider. Okay. It's just one of my Laney AOR 100 heads from 1985. Not had anything done to it. So I'm giving it the full works burger. I'm building them a 2203 using a white Little Rock amp as a transformer donor. You made me a beautiful Princeton cab. Fine work indeed. Did I, talking about the shielding the other day, Scotty, did I shield that for you? I think I did, didn't I? The rear cover? The top, sorry. I'm thinking tweed. The top of the cabinet. I think I've shielded it for you. Oh, you bought one of Jason's boards to build it. Nice. Well, you'd be right with that then. Couldn't be fucked to do a turret build. Yeah, look, turret builds are good if you want to experiment. And even then, changing the infrastructure is a bit difficult because you've got to lift the board and stuff anyway. Turrets are great if you want to continually modify the amp, if it's like an experimentation platform. But for production, man, they slow everything down. And you've got wire dress to worry about, lead dress. You probably saw some of my turret builds recently, the Dirty Shirley, Cranky Karen, and a couple of others, where I sort of did a layout, turret board layout, as if it was a PCB. So turrets very close together for radial components. So I wasn't limited to my component choice by the length of the leads, because if you build yourself a traditional turret style layout like you'd find in an old JTM 45 or whatever, the turrets are fucking miles apart from each other. And you're limited on your components by how long the component leads are, because no components are designed with leads that long anymore, because they're designed for PCBs where the leads only have to be like 1/4 of an inch long or whatever, but they're usually about an inch or so. But often those turrets will be further than that apart. So you need to like splice on extra lengths of bus wire and stuff. Massive pain in the ass. So when I have done a turret build, turrets, don't get me wrong, turrets are the easiest way to do a one-off build. Quickest and easiest, because you don't have to design a circuit board from scratch. There's a thing called non-recurring engineering, where you're making something once, you're putting all that developmental time into one product. If you're doing a custom layout and whatever. Not only are there usually minimum order requirements for PCBs, like you might have a minimum order of 5, so if you only need to make one of something, now you've got 4 spare PCBs floating around forever, unless you want to make more of them. So if you're just doing a one-off, a turret build is probably the best way to go, as long as it's not too complex. And I see these guys making these massively complex turret builds with, you know, they've got optocouplers glued to boards upside down and dead bugged and running wires to them and relays on their backs and all sorts of shit. I'm like, dude, just do a fucking PCB, please. You're driving me crazy. They'll do anything they can to avoid using a PCB, because various fuckwits that are in the amp building industry, because they don't know how to lay out a PCB, they don't have the skill set and they're not willing to learn, they just disparage the fuck out of PCBs because they don't understand it. They don't understand that there are different quality PCBs, and the quality of the PCB, even the highest quality PCB, the next weakest link is the designer. How talented are they at designing a PCB and designing it for that application? Like you might have all the techniques down for designing a PCB, and it's perfectly fine. It passes all the design rule checks. Everything's perfect. But if you don't know how to lay out an amp either, well then you're up shit creek no matter how good you've done it. So it may look perfect, it may pass all the DRC, but then it oscillates or whatever because you've put shit near other shit that shouldn't be near it. So a lot of these guys will badmouth PCBs because they don't understand them, and I find that quite sad and quite pathetic, especially when they disparage those that do make PCB amps. You know who I'm talking about. Not one particular person, there's a whole bunch of them. Got 3 cabinets to build, time and space are scarce. Yeah, you need a bit of space. Doing woodwork in general is so fucking stressful if you don't have room to spread out, man. So you need to finish all your current projects, get them off the bench and out of the way, and you need to have a therapeutic Sunday afternoon cleaning and or Sunday morning, whatever, cleaning and organisation of your workshop. That's like a Zen-like thing for me. When I'm stressed and I feel like everything's out of control, I'll just force myself to take 2 hours just to clean the shop, organise everything, put things away, maybe find better ways of storing stuff, reorganise some things that have been pissing me off. And it's like a centering thing that makes you feel really keen and ready for the next project. So you need to keep your workshop organised and clean. I don't know how the fuck these other techs do it, that have these rat holes that they work in with a tiny little clearing on the bench about the size of their beer gut to work on a fucking amp. Insane. You can't do that shit, man. Like, everyone takes pride in it too. Techs take pride in being scatterheads. You need to, especially if you've got people coming into your shop, you need to portray organisation, because people will be a bit fucking apprehensive about leaving their amp with you if they see that you're working in some crack den, some opium den that you call a workshop. Gazcal, how you going, mate? What's happening? I'm on my backup messer. You can call it a backup. What messer are you running? Gibbo? Rob French, you legend, for Dry July. Oh, it just jumped on me again. Rob French for Dry July, because someone has to do it. Yeah, I hope you guys are drinking for my behalf, because I don't want these beer companies to go bankrupt while I'm on Dry July. So make sure you keep up their demand. I believe WGS manufacture the speakers to Jupiter's spec. Okay, right. So WGS is manufacturing for Jupiter. Cool. That means it'd be really good then, because WGS pretty much don't make a bad speaker. I have had like one reject where it sounded like there was something loose in the behind the dust cap, but they sent me a new one, no questions asked. Brad, do you use contact cement for Tolexing? I have used a solvent-based contact cement, which is like a gel. Some Tolexes are good with it and others aren't. The Tolex that I was sourcing from Ivatco or the Speaker Factory up in Queensland, on you, Kev, if you're watching. Got to catch up with you when I come up to Brizzy or Gold Coast in end of August. I'll be going up to Queensland. We'll catch up. I want to see the warehouse. I want to say good day to everyone. But that Tolex was impervious to solvents, and then I tried a new one, which was the official Marshall Tolex, and I didn't think anything of it. I started applying it. I think I tried it on rear cover first, and the fucking Tolex just went like a wrinkly mess, separated from the cloth backing and all sorts of shit. So I need to find a water-based contact that works well. And when it comes to contact cement, well, it's not contact cement, so it's not cement. Get that out of your brain, Joe. Cement is when it's a solvent that just dissolves two plastics. It's not actually a glue. It's using the plastic itself as the glue, and it's just melting the surface of them and melding them both together. A bit like putting a second coat on nitrocellulose. It just melts the previous layer and melts into it and becomes one layer. Not like polyurethane, which is many little layers on top of each other, sanded and keyed in to the next layer. So if you don't sand between gloss polyurethane coats, they just peel back off again, which is what happened to some Garrison guitars. I think Seagull had issues with that as well. It seemed to be some company that was spraying all the Canadian guitars. I don't know what they did there, but if you don't carefully sand between coats of fully sand, like no shiny areas between coats of polyurethane, it just peels straight back off, because it needs that sanding to lock into the microscopic scratches in the previous coat. Needs that surface area to key into it. Whereas nitrocellulose doesn't need that, because it melts the previous layer. It never properly cures. It just evaporates the solvent, which is carrying the nitrocellulose. So as soon as you spray it, it dissolves back into it. So if you've got hazing or whatever, or surface scratches on nitro, you can actually spray like the slowest thinner on it. They call it retarder. I don't know if that's super work these days, but it's a very slow evaporating solvent. You can spray that on it. It melts the top layer of the nitro, and you can get rid of things like hazing and very, very fine scratches, that kind of thing, and then buff it again. But yeah, it's never properly cured. So with contact glue, what you're actually doing is you're spraying a glue on both surfaces that bonds to that surface, and then the glue is really good at bonding to itself. It can't, if you want a temporary joint, like say you're gluing a template to something to route something, and then you want to take it back off, you can spray contact to just one side, and then it'll come off again. But if you spray it to two surfaces and you glue it back together, it's very difficult to get those two surfaces apart. You often need to work some thinners down there in their solvent, whatever solvent the glue dissolves with, and slowly work it apart from the edge. So with the contacts, normally with a very perfectly flat and rigid surface, like a kitchen bench top, you can spray a very fine layer, almost like a spider web of this stuff on the back of each piece, because you want that glue joint to be as thin as possible. When you put those two pieces together, you touch it on the back of your hand, after spraying it. Say you spray it, leave it for 5-10 minutes, depending on the temperature. Touch it with the back of your hand, and when the contact glue stops sticking to your hand, when you can take your hand away and there's none left on your hand, you're ready to bond those two surfaces together, and you are not fucking taking those apart without damaging something or spending a lot of time working some solvent into that joint and working them back apart again. So in the joinery industry, what we'd do is, say we were laminating a big bench top, reception desk or whatever, you'd get little dowels, like little 1/2 inch wide dowels, and you put them about 6 inches apart, a whole fuck ton of them, and you spray the contact on your laminate, you spray it on the workbench, on the bench top that you're laminating, and then you put once it's dry, ready for application, you put the sticks on there, and they don't stick to it because the glue's already cured enough that it won't stick to anything. And then you lay your laminate on top of those sticks, and you line it up, you roll it around, and line it up until the edges are overhanging. You want about 5 mil at least, maybe 10 mil overhang all the way around to trim with the trimmer router afterwards. And then you work your way from the center out, and you take your center stick out, maybe your center 2 or 3 sticks, and you press it down and bond it. And then you work your way out, you take the next 2 out, you press it down, you work your way out, you take the next ones out, you press it down until you've worked your way all the way to the edge. Then you get a big roller. It's on a big long thing like this, so you can get some leverage, some lean into it. It's a big laminate roller, and you roll it out just to make sure that bond's really stuck. And if you get a grain of dust in there, a little piece of wood chip or something, then you'll end up with a bubble, and you can't fucking do anything but rip all that shit off, throw your $300 piece of laminate in the bin, and do it again. So it needs to be a very clean environment, very very careful, fastidious. Fastidious? Is that a word? Yeah, it is. Process. You need to almost be in like a spray booth, somewhere that you know is going to be clean and free from sawdust. Because all it takes, and I fucking know this from experience, you're laminating a desk on your workbench, and then someone next to you has finished assembling a cabinet, and they spray down, they blow down their bench top, and then all their dust goes on your fucking bench, and you walk over and you punch them in the face, and then you go and look for another fucking job. So you almost need to be somewhere away from the general work, and free from distraction, and just make sure you can do it properly. When you're in the home workshop, it's less critical, but you got to do things like make sure the shelves above your workbench, if you have any, aren't covered in dust. So when you grab a tool or something off, the dust doesn't fall on your workbench, or stuff like that. You got to think of. Have a clean, organised workshop. You won't look back, champions. So all of that goes back to contact glue, and I'd like to find a good water-based contact glue for Tilex, and instead of spraying it on, because Tilex is a regular surface and it's flexible, you need a really thick coat of contact glue on both surfaces. So what I found the best way to apply it is a foam roller, because no spray gun can put on that amount. It puts on like a fine mesh. It doesn't blast it on. And spray guns can be messy. When you're using the roller, you're not spraying shit everywhere. You're not getting high off the fumes. But water-based wouldn't matter anyway. But a foam roller, pretty thick coat on both sides, and do the same thing. Wait till it doesn't stick to the back of your hand, and then it's time to apply it. But once it sticks, she ain't letting go. So you need to get everything cut carefully. Not just rolling a big sheet on. You need to like lay it out and create the net of your amp. I just usually use a bit of chalk if it's black Tilex, or just texture if it's a lighter Tilex, and mark out the edges and where you plan to do the folds. And I pre-cut everything to the ballpark, even the miter joins and stuff, and lay it all out before I even start gluing it. And with water-based glue, you should be right, but with some solvent-based glues, if the Tilex isn't 100% compatible with it, the Tilex will expand a little bit from the solvent. So that's another reason I want to go away from solvent-based ones, because when you lay out your pattern of your amp that you're going to Tilex, and then you put the glue on, it grows by a couple of millimeters, and it throws your joins out a bit. Usually recoverable, but yeah. More experimentation required is what I'm saying. With tweed, it's a lot more forgiving. When I use solvent-based glues, obviously, because it's just cotton. You can use almost any glue on the tweed and it sticks. It's just a matter of finding what sticks the most predictably. And I've been using, I think it's Boss Stick horizontal. I think I've got a container of it here. I've got a small container here for, small container for just doing touch-ups, like where the returns, little flaps on the inside return of the cabinet let go. You've all seen, you're working on an amp and on the inside where the tubes are and that, it's peels back a little bit. So I've just got this stuff here, which is what I use for tweed, even making a cabinet from scratch. And everyone asks me what I use, but that brand I don't think is available overseas. That's just an Australian brand, but that chemical company's probably got a different name overseas. I just don't know what it is, so I can't recommend it. I just found out my boss has a 12-foot metal brake. A 12-foot metal brake. What? Professional grade amp chassis. Possible. Chassis. 12-foot metal brake. Oh, hang on. My boss. Okay, I'm thinking boss like your boss pedal. My boss has a 12-foot metal brake, so he means that, so you spelt brake wrong. Andy, you're really throwing me through the ringer here. So he means a press brake. Professional grade amp chassis possible. Yep. He also has a wood shop. Man, I'm getting the itch to build amps again. When it comes to metalwork, it's fun to do, but you're not going to, unless you want to do it from scratch just for fun, and fuck, I understand that, 100%. But I've gone with guys that do it every day, all day. And you guarantee professional results, and if they're not professional results, you don't pay them. It's simple as that. But I think you guys have seen the chassis that I get made. Here's one of them. Laser cut, stainless steel. Just go to the overhead cam. Ooh, my white balance is off. Ooh, that's because I was showing Luke how white balance works yesterday. Oh, yeah. Got my little white balance check thing. Watch this, champions. Magic. White balance. Set white point. There we go. Bang. Alright, so this is what is it? 1.2 mil stainless steel. Brushed on one face for like commercial kitchens and stuff. 304 grade. So not impervious to salt water, but we're not dunking our amp in the ocean, so not the end of the world. You could get 316 if you're really worried. But I've requested for them to put the brush side, the dress side, facing inward, because on the outside you got control panels there. You got control panel there. You got another panel over here, which I'll show you now. So this is for the Por qué no los dos. I had to get minimum 5 control panels. So this is the control panel side. That goes on like that. And I'll flip it around the way you can read it. And everything's off CAD, so everything lines up perfectly. And on the back, we've got, tells you what valve to put where, blah, blah, blah. Now we're the other way around. And yeah, everything lines up perfectly. There's some segmentation happening on those holes, so I've got to fix that up in the CAD. I must have set what they call a smoothing angle to the wrong number. But, it still works. I'll just throw a step drill through it just to clean it up. Probably just do that by hand. So there, what, 0.6 mil aluminium, and these are stainless. And just got them to TIG weld up the corners. Plenty strong, reasonably light. Everything's laser cut. Everything lines up perfectly. Everything's pre-drilled. All the holes for the transformers. It's all about planning, champions. It's really easy to get in the dopamine trap where you get ahead of yourself and you start doing things like folding up the chassis before you've realised that if you plan it out from scratch and drill it, well, it's still a flat piece on the drill press. It's a lot easier. because folding shit and welding corners is a dopamine source. You know, it's fun to do. But then later on you realise you've snookered yourself. So do the less fun stuff first, because then the fun bit later on will be much more fun. But yeah, I just use a local metalwork guy. Started off as a mutual friend. Now he's a mate, and he's right next door to a brewery too, so that works out well. Liz, can I ask who this Lyle is, please? Oh, so it's Psionic Audio. He's my mate over in Memphis, and he's got an amp channel, much more professional than mine. And he's normally streaming on Sundays, or Saturday afternoons, Saturday evenings over there, but Sunday morning over here. He normally does a 3-hour live stream starting from 4 a.m. over here, Australian Eastern Standard Time. And he can't do it this week because he's busy, so I thought I'd fill in for him. When you're doing shielding like that, does it have to be electrically grounded to the chassis? Does my Vox AC36TB from 1993 need shielding? Needs a lot more than shielding, middle pickup. I've got many videos on that amp, so go check them out. That explains it all. When you're doing shielding like that, so like what? Are you talking about on the cabinet middle pickup? Yeah, it needs to be grounded to the chassis. So the AC36TB, I've got one here actually I've got to get into, but that's for one of my mates. He's told me to just hold off on it until he's got the funds, but it's probably 2 weeks ago now that I should have started it. But they've got lots of ground loops and very bad grounding scheme and various other fuck-ups. So I got no idea how they forgot to make amps, but that was when Marshall started building amps for Vox, and something got lost in translation. I think they just said, all right, give us a layout, and they just did it. They didn't look at it. So yeah, the noise issues on the 6TB from that era, the Korg, that was when Korg owned them but got Marshall to make the boards. It was a real mix of shit. Yeah, they got various, not impossible, not super difficult to solve issues causing the noise floor, but you need to target them exactly, and I've done videos on them, so go check them out. Middle pickup. Ever work on a Servotech MIG that has spray coating on everything? What? Spray coating? What, like someone sprayed like conformal coating all over the PCB, did they? That sounds fucking terrible. Oh, there you go. Joe's giving you the link to Psionic Audio. Yes, you did. I was referring to my other builds, 5A3, 100-watt head and a few other heads. Excellent, I did. Heading to Bunnings this afternoon. Having a look, Scotty. They do a few different thicknesses. I thought they just did 0.5mm. I'll just check the stuff that I use. 0.3 would be fine. 0.3 is probably actually a bit more malleable, so it would be easy to lay over the Tolex and roll it in. What I did is a nice little shop I like, and it's a chain, is one you can, so Legends, male or female, I'm not going to be sexist on this one. In my case, if my wife's shopping for clothes or something that's fucking boring to me, I'll find other shops in a shopping centre that will entertain me. So it could be something as stupid as a newsagent, stationery store, that kind of thing. I'm a nerd. And there's a place called Eckersley's, which is an art supplies shop. And they're one of the few that's left in, the major shopping centres. And often art stores will be independently run little places, but a lot of them have been run out of business by places like Officeworks, for example. There was nothing as envelopingly cool, that's not a word, as walking around an art shop, a little hole-in-the-wall art shop that was all the way out the wall with different art supplies and tiny little caverns that you could walk through. There used to be one in Penrith that was fucking amazing, way back from when my grandmother was still alive. and she was an artist, mainly did sort of just for fun, sort of impressionist style art, oil paintings, and I would go to the art shops with her, and I was just I really like the technical drawing stuff, of course. But in those art shops, I found lots of things that were useful for the amp and guitar trade. Now, before I was aware of companies like StewMac, and that took me a while to find companies like StewMac and whatever, because when I started out working on guitars, I fucking don't think they existed. Certainly the internet wasn't as good as it is now, and a lot of these places didn't have online stores. Yes, I am that old. And you had to work with what you had, what you could get your hands on locally, literally the shops within a 5-kilometre radius. So I found a lot of purposes for things that you could find at art stores, even just stationery stores, things like that. X-Acto knives, various shapes and sizes, things like masking tapes for pinstriping and things like that, which were really handy for spray painting. And then rollers for applying Tolex and shielding, glues, all sorts of gums and glues and stuff like that. Really handy. So Eckersley's has these rollers that are meant for silk screening, because they sell little hobby silk screening rigs there for making your own t-shirts and whatnot. And they've got a roller for it, and it's rubber, and it's just handheld. It's about, 6 inches wide, and it's perfect for applying Tolex. And also, once you've put a bit of contact glue on the back of this stuff, or double-sided tape, carpet tape they call it, which you can also buy at Eckersley's, you can stick that to the inside of your back covers, and then a couple of staples just to lock it in. For that, I've got a staple gun. You get these for about, 150, 200 bucks. Well worth it. If you can't afford one of them, just get yourself a good one, but one of these. And what you find is in most timbers, particularly plywoods, they won't go all the way in, but you can just get them in there, and they might sit about 1 millimeter or 2 above the surface, and you can just tap them in with a hammer. So that's Arrow, which is a US brand. And as far as I can tell, they're still sort of made like they always were, because I don't remember seeing any of these any different to this. I remember these from back in school, because they used to staple like banners and stuff to the fucking wall with it. And when I went looking for one, I just wanted one that was exactly how I remembered them from back in the 80s. And I found this one. I'm pretty sure they're still available. This is a T50. I'm assuming it's still the same unit. But these are awesome. Bam! There it is. And here's a staple. And because they're not as strong as a pneumatic one, they put little sharp edges on there. Sharp points on there. That helps it go in, but they still don't go all the way in. They go probably all the way into like pine, like your cabinet is. Your cabinets are, Scotty, but if you got birch ply, they'll probably sit up by 2 millimeters, and you just got to tap them in the rest of the way. Whereas the staples in the pneumatic guns, they are just like heavy duty versions of what you have in your bench, in your office stapler, because the air forces them in. They still do have an edge, like they're sharpened a bit when they're cut, but yeah. The thing with these is you got to make sure your air pressure's right, or they won't work. And you got to lubricate them, which is a bit tricky if you've got spray painting gear, because you probably want your lubrication and your spray painting gear to be completely separate. So in this case, I have down here, I don't do any spray painting obviously in the shop, so I've got oil in that line, and I don't really care. But at home, I've got a special hose that I use just for the air tools, like the nail gun and the staple gun, and I'll just swap it out with the clean line that I use for spray painting, just to make sure I don't get any oil contamination. Because as a spray painter, oil and silicone are your fucking mortal enemies. And here's the staples I use for them, Senko. Where are they made? Dunno. That's probably a lifetime supply for me. But, you know, you buy a tiny pack and it costs you $20. You buy a big pack and it costs you $30. So, economy of scale, champions. But yeah, this is the stuff here, the flashing. This is 0.5mm. Probably a bit thick, but you can see how easily malleable it is. So 0.5's fine, 0.3's fine. 0.3 you just need to make sure it's stuck down properly. 0.5 sort of stays where it is a bit. Lou. Life is interesting now, striving for a little more simplicity. Wish me luck. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have got a shop because that's the biggest complication you could ever have in life, having a fucking retail store. Yeah, I didn't want to use axials or can caps or piss about too much with lead dress. I have needed to do a custom layout due to the chassis. Wanted to keep it simple so the Evolve board is a win. Yeah. When you use those boards, Wakefield amps, I'd try and wire them. Just bear in mind that you might want to flip the board up at some point to either modify it, because it is a scratch build. Chances are you won't hit the target 100% the first attempt. You might have to do some voicing to that to suit the customer's needs. Those hardcore guys can be a little bit fickle. So you might need to flip the board up to remove some radial caps. Just do your wiring loom so all the power supply wiring and stuff and like exits on like one side of the board, and then like either tie it all together, cable tie it, or stitch it up together with lacing if you're super fancy. I try to design my amps so all you have to do is undo the hardware for all the pots and jacks, pull them in a little bit, and then the whole board flips up. Pretty simple in the scheme of things. People whinge about flipping a board, but if it's designed like that, you can flip the board without too much trouble. Often it's the guys that rave about their turret builds that you can't flip the board up to get underneath to change the link wires where they go and stuff. You shouldn't need to do that really, but sometimes in various guru amp builds I've needed to do some drastic changes to the ground scheme or whatever, so I've had to flip the board up and it's been a fucking nightmare because I haven't thought about it that way. Damn, almost out of coffee. Scrolling up because it scrolled to the end like it always does. Heading out for dinner with a beautiful wife, celebrating 28th anniversary. Shit, Robbie. Congratulations. Bloody hell. Alright, scrolling up. Jesus, I'm way behind on chat. I better just catch up on chat for a bit. Alright, where were we? My God. Alright, here we are. Pardon me. There is that Blades guy who rants about PCBs like PCBs are the most evil thing on earth. Look, you've just got to think about their motives with people like that. They are probably a little insecure, maybe. I don't know anything about that dude, but with is that the guy that uses AI on like every single post? I think that's the AI guy. And he like attacks every other amp builder, which in my opinion is pretty dog act. But you know, people like that can rant and rave in their corner. We can just ignore them, champions. Just move on. Drinking coffee at this unearthly Sunday hour, mate. Coffee helps you get through it, doesn't it? It seems to work in a crack den. That's what I'm telling you. These guys think they're massive gurus, and then you look at their workshop and you're like, holy fuck. Got a fucking hot spoon as a soldering iron. I have a garage, lots of room in the backyard. Garage is not heated though. Ooh, that sucks. Depends where you are. Over here, it's not a biggie. I'm in shorts this morning. It's warm as today. A bit worryingly, actually. It's going to be payback time for fire season, I'll tell you what. Have a small woodworking station in my amp building repair shop, but it's not really enough. Look, Pastor, even if you need to spill outdoors and just build yourself a temporary bench out there, just anything to work comfortably, and you should be fine, mate. It's just wear sunscreen if you're working outside and stay hydrated. Who are you and what have you done with Lyle? He's in my closet working on amps. He's in the storeroom. Chained him up to a bench. I've actually had a few Lyle-worthy amps in recently, which is a bit of a change. The market's well, not the market. The demographics are changing here a bit. I'm starting to get more vintage stuff, and I don't know exactly why. I think it might be a lot of the older guys are retiring, and or if they're not retiring, they're taking in less work to try and reduce the stress. So I'm starting to see the stuff that I wished I had 10 years ago, which is good because it's all pretty predictable. And I mean, you've seen restoring a Tweed amp. It's fucking a lot less work than restoring a 30th anniversary Vox AC30, I tell you that much. Or a lot less work than diagnosing a Class D PA amplifier without a fucking schematic. And they're the jobs that I've had to do up until now to get me to this point. And I've got a reputation as being the guy that looks at pretty much everything. But that's fun when you've got no overheads. And now I need to have constant throughput of stuff. I can't sit on an amp and use it as a learning exercise for a week anymore. So I've had to decline a lot of stuff that I would have otherwise looked at. Some keyboards, some mixers, some of the stuff I know is going to take a lot of time just to get in and out of before you can even start the diagnosis process. Stuff that you can't operate while it's apart to take measurements. So maybe some of the Hughes and Kettner stuff, some of the Messer stuff. I just, no one here works on Messers at all. It's really, they just look at you with big puppy dog eyes saying, well, who's going to fix it for me? I said, I don't know. No one wants to work on them because they fucking suck. I can't sell it as is because it's still broken. I'm like, well, sell it as broken. I don't know. But then the person who buys it broken will come here too. So I just can't get away from some stuff. But I don't know. It's starting to be kind of nice getting the vintage stuff in, but it means I've got to turn away some of the cheaper stuff, which is a double-edged sword because I want to help everyone out. But it also gives me a bit more prestige because I'm working on these things and crowing about them on social media. So I don't know. We'll see how it develops. That could be a temporary thing. It could just be a blip. I sometimes get things come in groups. Like you'll have 4 deluxe reverbs come in like 1 week. It's crazy. And then you won't see any for like 6 months. So weird. But that's randomness. People find patterns in random numbers. Well, that happens in random numbers. You do find patterns because humans are great pattern finders. Humans will find a pattern in anything. Hence all the conspiracy theories that are around. I have a Roadster on the bench, you poor bastard, with a voice plate load in the loop. I think you mean noisy plate load in the loop, and another round of J175 value and master mute circuit using my Mark V for the minute. Yeah, okay, so you got a Roadster on the bench. So you're working on amps, Gibbo? I didn't know if you're just a player or... Sash DC, I know it's dry July, but what's your preferred beer, if any? Well, there's many. But if I could make any beer materialise in front of me at the click of a finger, it'd probably be a Franziskaner. Partially because I don't get them that often, and I really like a wheat beer. Yeah, I really like a wheat beer at the moment. But it's a mood thing, you know. If it's a hot day, I might say I don't know, like just a pale ale or something. If I'm just having one beer, like I know that I'm just going to have one beer and have dinner or something, I might have either a Duvel, like a Belgian beer, or a Chime. I don't know how you pronounce that. Because they're really strong, but they taste really nice. So you don't really want to have more than one of them because fucking you'll end up on your ear, as we say over here. Do they mean on your ear, like on your ear, or on your rear? So like falling over on your butt. I don't know. Casco Contact, water-based, works great, available here in Sweden. In Sweden? Not even Sweden, Pastor. Mad. I want to go to Sweden. I'd love to go to Sweden. Been listening to the new song. Oh God, forgot the band name. Future Islands, the new Future Islands song, King of Sweden. How did I forget their name? That singer is such an enigma. He'll be singing along, like doing his dance and that, and then he'll just go, Rah! He'll just do death metal voice in the middle of a fucking new wave sounding song. So unpredictable. It's fucking, it's great to watch. I love unpredictable music. It's good. You're on vacation, Robbie. Took my Les Paul, a pedal board, and two 20-watt hybrid amps and two orange 8-inch cabs. Got 4 hours of practice before. Beautiful wife woke up. Did your practice have something to do with your beautiful wife waking up? That is a big rig to take on a holiday, Robbie, I've got to say, but I am proud of you. I'll just be taking a modeler and a set of headphones, to be honest. Interesting. I didn't realize that about poly, but it makes sense. Yeah, poly doesn't dissolve anything. It's a chemical set. So it's like, that's why it like cures overnight, even in cold weather, Joe. So it's great for that, in that respect. Because you know it's going to be rock hard the next day. What's everyone's favourite higher wattage greenback speaker these days? Well, you're being pretty specific there. Higher wattage greenback speakers? Well, they're 25 watts. What do you mean? A temporary joint? All joints are temporary. That's illegal over here, Goody Guitars. You can't smoke weed. Officially. He's Lyle on vacation. I thought I heard him say he was going to Chicago. I think he's got family stuff on, Wes. Looked into PCB design for my build, but figured by the time I learned how to use the software, I'd have built the eyelet boards. I may have been wrong as I'm still building. Gazcal, you're 100% right there. You may just be a bit slow in your build, but yeah, so designing a PCB is for repeated engineering. If you're going to make more than one of something, unless you just wanted to do it for fun, I will 100% back and support anyone that just wants to build one PCB for fun. Because there is nothing as satisfying as getting it back from the manufacturer, or even if you etch it yourself, drill and etch it yourself. That's a very satisfying process, and it's very fun to do. And I reckon everything we do in life shouldn't have an end goal. Like people trying to monetize their hobbies these days. I know fucking pot calling kettle black. I monetized my whole hobby, and now it's a fucking liability. But you should be able to be shit at something just because you enjoy it. Like, if you enjoy painting but you're shit at it, who cares? You enjoy it. Don't ever let someone tell you that you should be better at your hobby. Your hobby is for you, no one else. And if you just want to design a one-off PCB just for the satisfaction, just for the fun of doing it, fucking go for it. But if you're looking at if the end goal isn't so much the learning and the having fun, and if the end goal is to make an amp and you just make them one, that's where turrets come into play. As long as it's not too complex an amp, because then you start massively over-engineering shit to do something that would have been super easy to just make with a circuit board. You could also do things like make a hybrid. You could have part of the amp on a circuit board, part of the amp on turrets. Like, for example, a good example of that might be making the power supply on a turret board, and then the rest of the amp on a circuit board. So you've got your large components and everything mounted off to the side and easily replaceable. And then your circuitry that requires a bit less attention can be circuit board and a bit more complex, so you can use things like relays, etc. easily. You could do things like have a separate relay board for all the hard to mount stuff. Just have them on a PCB, elevated or behind the turret board. The stuff that you're not likely to change, just put it on a PCB and have it off to the side. Something like that. There's many ways to skin a cat, champions, if you're into cat skinning. You actually have a Casco contact looks like wood glue and is water based. You actually have a second chance if you need to reposition the Tilex, at least for the first few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, Lyle's out of town. Blah blah blah. That's fine. Blah blah blah. Okay, just catching up, scrolling down. See you later, Robbie. I think you've already gone. Yeah, I've really been enjoying... G'day, Mark. How you going, mate? Really been enjoying Lyle's photography. If you don't follow him, you should follow him on Flickr. Flickr. Flikr. Such a tech bro name for a website, Flickr. My wife and I just got back from lunch al fresco at our favourite Mexican restaurant. Full and sweaty. Full and sweaty. No chance of afternoon delight then, Wes. We had Mexican last night. I may make a slow-cooked beef barbacoa. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Anyway, slow-cooked beef. And chili and stuff. It was good. Made a guac. And pico de gallo. I want an amp head covered in corduroy. I think that would look sick. That is the 90s-est thing ever. Corduroy. I guess it would be pretty hardy, wouldn't it? I mean, corduroy just doesn't die middle pickup. If you got a corduroy pants or jacket or whatever, it goes forever. And nothing really sticks to it either. It'd be easy to clean. That might be a goer. Corduroy amp. Yeah, what are you smoking, Mark? The subtext to what Brad is describing with contact cement is that fucking up is a galactic drag. I've also had this misfortune, massive empathy, Brad, yeah. There's nothing worse when you're in a workshop full of fucking blokes with a chip on their shoulder. Part of the reason I left the construction industry is everyone's got a chip on their shoulder. Everyone's got something to prove. And there's a constant... It's almost like being in fucking jail. Not that I've been in jail, but what I'd imagine. Everyone's competing to be the big dick in the workshop. And it was fucking painful. And it was tiring. So... You know, if someone fucks up, everyone would make a big deal out of it. But then, you know, there'd be that one person that if they fuck up, no one was allowed to talk about it. You know, or you'd start a punch up if they fucked up. So I'd be doing something like contacting, and then this bloke would spray fucking dust on my bench. And then you'd almost be out in the car park punching on over what? Over the profit that the boss is going to make that day. You know, because they'd hold you responsible for your job fucking up, even though someone else made it fuck up. So then you feel like you had to go to the fucking office and tell them what happened. And then you felt like you're at school again, explaining to the fucking headmaster why you punched on with lunch with the fucking bully. It just felt like school. It felt like children. It felt like being at school again around little fucking babies. It was shit. So part of the reason I left the joinery industry is because no one there seemed to really grow up. Everyone was still a child in the head, and it was fucking... There'd be that one enlightened bloke that you get along with, but they'd just look at it and go, you know, and ignore it and work. But it was just... it was like working with children, man. These people in just arrested development, that they left school when they were 16 and started their apprenticeship, and they hadn't grown at all as a person since. It was just super strange. So, and I thought it was just the first couple of places I worked, I thought it was just a one-off. Then I realised every place I worked, every new joint I went to, every new employee that started, everyone was the same. It was just, fuck that. Some places were better than others, but there's always one or two people there like that at least. That's sweet, Brad. Very nice. I can't remember what I was sweet about, but thank you. Oh, you're talking about the chassis? Whoa, am I that far back? Well, to be fair, Marshall doesn't ground their amps at all that great either. No, they don't. They do not, Wes. But usually it's enough to get by. It's when you get into the high gain amp builds that the grounding really shows up. I'm actually going to have Lyle do my Vox soon. I dragged my feet long enough. Nice one. So you're in Tennessee metal pickup, are you? Or are you going to ship it to him? You fractured your leg and pelvis last Feb. I went through at home PT. Now I'm going PT, physical therapy at a clinic. Jesus. How'd you manage that, Victor? You fall off a friggin' roof or something? Yeah, we used to have an incredible art supply store in Glendale, CA, until the landlords drove them out and eventually went into bankruptcy. Fuck's sake. I really miss that place. The place has been empty for 7 years. That encapsulates all the problems with the fucking world at the moment, Wes. It all goes back to capital rent seeking. Literally everything. We whinge and moan about like Trump and the fucking all the fuckwits and authoritarians, but they are just a symptom. It all comes back to capitalist rent seeking. Have you been to Japan, Wes? Because if you have, the first thing you'll notice is A, how cheap everything is. B, there's tiny little one-man artisan shops that have been there since the bloke was 18 and now he's fucking 78. Same shit every day. Bloke just really cares about his job, turns up, goes through the same ritual process every day, cleans the place, sweeps the front step, and no stress. Well, I know this is from an outside perspective. There's a lot of stress in Japan. A lot of fucking suicide. A lot of people stressing, salaryman shit. But you have the ability in Japan, if you want, to be an individual and start your business, because there are tiny little shops there that you can rent for like $6,000 a year, $10,000 a year, because they're fucking tiny. And instead of here, every store, like this is a tiny shop and it's still fucking massive, right? It's still the size of like 6 garages. And in Japan, I could have a little shop the size of my storeroom, and I wouldn't have to work my ass off to pay that rent because I'd have it covered in like a couple of months, right? Over here, there's nothing really like that. Everything's a large store, and the real estate here is fucking insane. And to be a sustainable business, you need to charge so much and do so much work to make that happen that a lot of the time it's not viable. But then if you did have a home workshop, a lot of the companies won't deal with you and give you trade accounts and stuff because you don't have a bricks and mortar store, because we're still stuck in that 80s mindset of you need to have a street presence or whatever. Whereas a lot of people operate out of shipping containers and shit like that, you know. If you had the ability to focus, specialize, and just be the guy to go to for, I don't know, analog synths, for example, you can make a living doing that. But it's made so hard in this day and age to have a little specialist store where you just do one thing, because all the shops are massive and all the rent's through the roof. So you need to like be a megacorp to be able to afford to do that shit. So before the real estate friggin' crunch happened, before everything had to be $1 million, $2 million for a shop, and before everyone felt entitled to basically, if they had the money, buy property and then just eternally rent seek and not do any work. Like landlords, right? They should just get a fucking job. Yeah. sitting there on your investments isn't a job, and it should be taxed so much that you need to get off your ass and go actually do some fucking work. A lot of these stores that used to be sustainable have been pushed out because the speculation in real estate is out of control. And a lot of the reason for that is the people who are making the rules are in the game. And in my opinion, that should be illegal. Should be no one in your fucking family even that has ability to profit from the decisions you're making. But yeah, that's an entirely different video. But yeah, what you're finding is a lot of these little specialist stores are shutting down because they can't afford the rent, and it's fucked. The rent shouldn't be that much. When I worked at a dental CAD cam lab. Oh, so you're making like Goody guitars. You're making like what am I trying to say? Implants and stuff, dental implants. Because there was a sale, it was actually an estate sale over at Windsor. And there was a bunch of like drill presses. He had a fucking EDM machine for sale for like $100,000. I was like, holy shit. I said, what did this guy do? To his daughter was selling everything. Had everything listed on Gumtree and whatever. And I think they had some stuff on Gray's auctions and whatever. I went over there to get a couple of arbor presses to turn into fret presses. Nice Japanese one, which I've still got down there. Big heavy duty one. You can almost do a whole guitar with a set neck on it. And I said, what did he do? She said he made custom one-off hearing aids. So he shaped them to your ear, and he had like CNC mills and stuff, and he made the injection molds to make the inserts for your ear. Crazy specialized. But yeah, a lot of those dental labs, there's a reason they, they shouldn't cost as much as they do, but there is a reason that they are expensive, because they machine stuff one-off and injection mold. I wonder if 3D printing is going to have much of an impact on the dental implant industry. Be interesting to see it progress. I've always heard that a fracture can hurt more than a broken bone. I believe it. When I was a kid, I broke both wrists at once. One was proper broken. The other one was what they call a green stick fracture. So imagine you break a green stick. Very creative naming. You break a green stick and it sort of splinters and then goes back together again. That was fucked. That was so painful because it grabs all bits of muscle and shreds it in the process. So it was, yeah, it took a while to heal. It'd be interesting to see an x-ray of what it looks like now. I've never had any issues with it since, but green stick fracture was very, very painful. Run my PSI at around 110 pissies. Really? That's up there. I think 80 is the standard. I think all my stuff's set to 80. I miss good hobby shops. We used to have a really cool one. It was 3 stories tall. One floor was painting and arts. One was model building and one was... Oh, he's left me hanging. What? Pardon me. Yeah, that's another specialist thing that's been put out of business because no one can afford the fucking real estate. Honestly, there should be a movement to break up these big stores into smaller stores. You see sometimes co-ops in country towns and that, where there's been some massive department store that's decided to move on. And they'll break up that large previously department store into a co-op. So it's still got the same big original building, but it's almost like a flea market after that. And there's individuals stands in there and they all rent their space. That's kind of cool, but I'd like to see places like that broken up into individual permanent residencies, tenancies, and little booth stores, you know, where you can specialize on one thing and just be the go-to guy for that one thing, or go-to person for that one thing. There's still a massive hobby store in the Queen Victoria building in Sydney, which is pretty cool. They must have to turn over a lot to maintain that rent, though. Hobby Lobby is horrible, owned by very, very bad people. I've heard bad things about Hobby Lobby. What are they, like a cult or some shit, Wes? That's me asking, not saying. Another guy who's insanely anti-PCB is Larry Amplification. He's also one of those people who use new old stock electrolytics from the 80s in his new builds, but apparently his amps sound great. New old stock. Why would you use new old stock electrolytics? Fucking, that's a red flag. It's a bit of a tell, legends, that all these anti-PCB guys don't really present themselves as 100% sane. Let's just put it out there. Not really the most level-headed, reasonable people in other respects of life as well. But anyway, I need your help, Brad. Redback damaged cab needs retolexing. Redback. Oh, Goldwayne, how you going, mate? So a redback amp with a damaged cab needs retolexing. That might be excessive, like it might exceed the value of the amp. I hate to tell you, it's probably going to be about $350 plus Tolex to do that. It's about 3 or 4 hours involved. Once you fully disassemble a thing and prep it and do everything. I want to go to Death Valley in the winter. A lot of photographers go there in the winter. Are you a photographer, Goody Guitars? Come on, spill the beans. Tell us what cameras you got. Come on, we like the nerdy shit around here. Yeah, no sense in trying to explain differences in PCBs. They have their mind made up. Yeah, it's like a religion. You can't reason with them. You can explain everything in black and white, point form, as detailed or as simple as possible. It doesn't matter. Their mind's made up. They hate PCBs no matter what. And to me that means all reasonable thoughts out the door, and it's become tribalism. It's become a religion, and that's when you know that you're not. It's not worth talking to them. Basically, there's no point. Several years ago, I hiked out to and climbed Amboy Crater and shot some incredible drone footage from the crater. Man, have you got that up on your channel, Wes? If not, I would love to see you put that up and share it with us. That'd be great. Oh, not a redback spider damaged one. Take it. No, I think he means Redback the brand, because there's an Australian brand of amplifiers called Redback, but they these days tend to do commercial PA amplifiers, matrix mixers, just things like message recorders and stuff for commercial applications like shopping centres and stores, that kind of thing. Pubs, clubs. Cheers, Brad. My Seriatone Plexi clone has frying pan crackle noises at the end of extended notes. Carbon comps throughout. Could that be the culprit? Yeah, it's highly likely that it's a carbon comp. Carbon comps these days, particularly if they're like modern resistors, like new resistors, they're really shit quality. And if they're old resistors, they're probably beyond their use-by date. Carbon comps vary massively in quality, particularly current ones. So what you want to do is pull your valves one at a time, figure out if you can, starting from the earlier stages, see if you can isolate it to one stage. Then if you think you've isolated it to one stage, what you can do is try a bit of freezer spray on a cotton bud and touch that onto the resistor body and see if the crackling increases or decreases, and chances are you found your faulty resistor. You can replace it with a reproduction, well, you know, they are officially carbon comps, but you can still get them from CE Distribution, I think still sells them, but they are like end of line. They won't be available for long. Ditch to carbon comps, particularly in the power supply. Absolutely no reason to have carbon comps in the power supply at all. There are some arguments that they're non-linearities, which make them kind of useless for hi-fi, make them actually pretty good for a little bit of compression in areas where they're exposed to massive voltage swings. So in the front end of an amp, there's fuck all, because you've got small signal and you've got small supply voltage. But if you use them for, say, the plate supply and a phase inverter, where their noise isn't going to be as much of an issue and their non-linearities will be exposed the most, I've heard that they're pretty good in that application. I personally find it pretty hard to tell the difference. Maybe I don't have fucking golden ears like some people do, but I just use carbon film in all those applications because they seem to respond a bit similar to the carbon comps. People have look, I'm not going to disparage the people that said this because I respect them very much, but I think there might be a little bit of psychological effect of people not liking metal films. I've built vintage style amplifiers completely with metal film resistors and people have fucking loved them. But the non-linearities are real, but there's no reason to use them in carbon comps in like power supplies. Things like using them in series with the signal, like grid stoppers, they just add noise. They don't do fuck all but add noise. So don't use them there. If I was going to build an amp and I wanted to take advantage of carbon comps, the only place I would use them in the entire amp would be the plate loads for the phase inverter, and that's it. Everything else in the signal I'll probably use carbon film, and everything in the power supply, and even like biasing resistors for the preamp stages, I'd use metal film, and fusible in any areas which are likely to be exposed to overcurrent during a failure of a tube, that kind of thing. Valve. I know I'm talking to mostly Americans today, so I'll say tube. Now, Fender amp is so cool and has Lily tag in it. Very rare to find a Lily tag or a Lupe tag in one. I'm pretty sure they all had Lupe or Lily tags, Joe, if they're still in there. I was very careful not to disturb that one. And there was another Lily in the, I think it was the Deluxe. I don't think the Champ had one in. Someone had blown it out with compressed air or something by then. Yeah, a little piece of masking tape holds so much meaning. It was very much an honour to work on that. Do you know a good tech around the Brisbane Gold Coast area? Yes, I do. I can't remember their name though. I got the pardon me. I got the recommendation off Big Kev up at Queensland, so he's used them and can vouch for them. I think I'll just have to dig out the email where I asked him. The Fender Tremolux is a cool amp. Yeah, it is. It was a bit let down by that speaker, to be honest. You haven't heard the sound samples yet. That's on part 2. But yeah, the Jensens. I'm not a big fan of the Italian Jensens, man. They're a bit spiky. They just have this bite in the top end. That's you pretty much, no matter where you put the mic, that spike's still there. How many amps do you work on each week? Some week I work on like 10, 12. Other amps I work on like 2 because they're full on restorations. But I'm also doing guitars too. What you're seeing behind me is the guitar bench. And last week I think I worked through about 12 or 15 guitars and maybe 4 or 5 amps, 3 or 4 amps, something like that. Every week is a blur. I can't even remember what I fucking did. I've literally got to look at my own paperwork to remember what I did. So yeah, crazy. My favourite beer is the St. Bernardus ABT 12. Is that like alcohol percentage 12? Goody guitars. I should buy you lunch someday. I used to say I'd buy you a beer, but I don't drink and drive. I drink and drive. I just don't drink too much to drive. You can have one beer. Yes, doing a little work just on my gear at the minute. Silverface resto. Fired it up and my OCD. Oh, fired up all my OCD. And yes, Messer are crap to work on. Silverface. Viking, how you going, mate? G'day from Sweden. Hi from Sweden. How do you say g'day in Sweden? On your ear. That's what it's called in Swedish too. Really? Huh. On the ear. Brad, have you heard of Ashvind Ramani? No, I haven't. Got a few Swedish people in here. That's the thing about my son's band. They're really talented, but then growling comes in and ruins it for me. It's all right. You get used to it, Joe. I can't do it at the moment. My throat's been sore last week or so. I think it's just winter. Ugh. I've got a drop to go troubleshoot a grounding problem on my car. That sounds horrible. Good luck. The Heritage G12H30 55Hz is an amazing greenback. Not sure it's still in production though. Yeah, things come in and out of production so quick, eh? Well said about hobbies for fun, not profit. Yeah, man. Everyone seems to think they should monetize their hobby. I think that's the worst fucking thing you can do because it instantly makes it less fun. It should all be about dopamine and satisfaction. Oh, fuck. They're talking Swedish to each other. It auto-translated. Oh, I just realised YouTube chat automatically translates now, so I can read what you're saying to each other in Swedish. It's translating very poorly, though. Corduroy is 70s, really? I thought it was like 90s. There is a limitless supply of second-hand corduroy from Vinnie's, but it might be, unless you find a really fat man's jacket, it might be a bit hard to find some big enough for an amp, unless it's a small amp. New computer and it just crashed. This computer I got at my office desk down there, is one of the first things I bought for the shop. A new Lenovo desktop. And just like 1 in 10 times, it just doesn't start. Like you turn it on and it's just blank screen and it just doesn't progress, doesn't post. And then you just restart it and it starts. And it's done that forever. I should have returned it, but it's one of those problems where you'd send it back and they'd just go, no, it's fine. Turn it on, it's fine. It's like, no, you got to turn it on like 10 times. They just go, and then send it back. Human beings are the only species on Earth that have to pay money to live here. Yes, and it's because of other human beings. Don't forget that. I want to pay tax. I want to have services, because when you're paying tax, you're paying for services. You're paying for stuff. If you had to individually pay for the shit that you use every day, it'd be a fucking nightmare. So tax is an easy way for you to pay the government for them to pay other people. So the government owes you when you've paid tax. They owe you shit. Don't let any government tell you that you don't deserve this, you don't deserve that, you don't deserve healthcare, you don't deserve new roads, blah, blah, blah. They fucking owe that to you. And if they're not giving it to you, you should be fucking angry. You should be really fucking angry. And particularly you guys in the States, you need to stop accepting these cuts that they're doing, because it's fucked. They're scraping all the money and giving it to their mates and keeping it for themselves, man. You should be fucking up in arms about the shit going on over there. I've needed to stop watching the news, man. Not even the news, like just... I've needed to disconnect from the fucking internet for the last week, because everything I see just makes me so fucking angry. Just seeing all these scamming cunts just run away with all your fucking money, man. You guys should be way more angrier. Way more angry. Good thing the old English major's not here. Wes, I really want to go to Japan. I have a lot of friends there. Wes, let's line up going to Japan. We'll meet over there and we'll have 1,000 beers. How about that, Wes? We'll have a big Brad's Guitar Garage meet up in Japan. Sounds good to me. Oh, stretches. Really want to go for a walk. My body's telling me to get up and get moving. A corduroy amp would be perfect for shoegaze. Fuck yeah. And starting to thunder and lightning here again. I might lose internet. Where are you, Andy? Is there any tornadoes today? Let's have a look. Let's have a look on Tornado HQ. Tornado HQ. Another place they're cutting funds is NOAA. Don't accept that shit, man. You won't even know if a fucking tornado's coming at you soon, because they've cut the funds so they can pay the money to their mates instead. So there is one active tornado. Let's see where it is. It is on a shit website. I've got to turn off the radar to see where we even are. Terrain? No? Ah, there we go. Forbes? Looks like middle of nowhere. Johnstown? Okay, so there's the predicted area. I'd find it highly unlikely we know anyone there. But you never know. So that's in Pennsylvania. Do they normally get tornadoes in Pennsylvania? I don't think they do they? I'm sure you have one off, but... In LA, a shop the size of yours would be unaffordable. Absolutely. $1,200 a month. 12 grand a month. Man, I am paying... Well, that's American. I think we're about... What is it? Something like 30,000 Australian a year is what I'm paying here. And that's very good. We whinge about rent increases, but that's very good. Landlords should get a real job. Fucking oath they should. Why should they just leech on us and suck our blood? Fuck landlords. You should only be able to have one extra property, in my opinion. Just one. Shouldn't be allowed to have any, and there should be no loopholes to get around it. You shouldn't be able to start a company, and even companies shouldn't be allowed to have more than one property. Fuck them. Fuck them. And yes, I'm including commercial properties in that too. I want to see real estate crash. I want to see it crash. And every time there's a move made by the government that will actually lead a little bit towards more affordable real estate, everyone starts bitching and moaning on the right wing, saying, oh, fucking socialism, fucking communism, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. You whinge when the fucking real estate prices are high. You whinge when they start going down. You whinge, no matter what. You fucking get what you want, you whinge. You don't get what you want, you whinge. So, shut the fuck up. We ignore you. We all ignore you. Fuck you. You should be allowed to have one extra property and that's it. No more than that. Straight away, you'd see everything start to get better if that happened. You'd see businesses that survive. You'd see small boutiques. You'd see vibrancy come back to your town. You'd see more choice when it comes to individual purchasing. You'd see less megacorps with plastic Chinese fucking shit. You'd see more locally made stuff. It'd be fantastic. Everything would become so vibrant and colourful and awesome. You'd have more choices when it comes to food, cuisine, drinks. Like you'd have little breweries starting everywhere, tiny little bars. It'd be fucking amazing. It'd be so good. All because the money's getting sucked out and put in a dragon's hoard where no one gets to touch it again. It's not part of the economy now. It's in someone's fucking investment account. Fuck them. And if you want to whinge that you actually have to get a job, well, fuck you. Guess what we're doing? Working every day. So you can do it too. How do you manage the highest frets when refretting a set neck? The highest frets. Oh, I got you. So how do you get it into the neck? Well, to do that, I'll pad the... You can use a hammer. It depends on the fret slots and the frets and the tangs and the thickness. There's a whole lot of factors. Depends how easily the frets go in. But generally what I'll do is, say it's a set neck. What's a good example? We'll get the ESP, LTD. Which I threw on the bench in disgust yesterday because I was stressed and angry. But luckily she's not a Gibson, so the headstock's still attached. Because your neck comes back at an angle and your headstock comes back at an angle. You sit it on the bench like that, you got a gap under there, right? So I'll either pack up the body level like that or hang the headstock over the edge of the bench, right near the edge of the bench, like that. And then I'll use the StewMac Jaws 2, which is a fret press on a clamp. You put the correct insert in there, which is radius to suit the fretboard. And then you can clamp them in from the edge. You work your way right up to the edge. Then you might find you can come back this way. If you need to come in the other way and use the cutaway to your advantage to get to the last, you find a way to do it. It'd be nice to have a longer throat. Be nice to have a longer throat. That's what she said. It'd be nice to have a deeper throat clamp for like arch tops and stuff, or things where there's no cutaway. Maybe that's something I might engineer in the future. There are so many empty shops in large buildings because rent is just much too high. Because real estate is a speculative market and it's increasing inexplicably, because money is fake and the stock market's fake. It's sometimes cheaper to just have a fucking empty property than maintain it. So you can let it collapse and fall apart. No one's going to complain because no one's renting it, but the value just keeps increasing anyway. So what we need to do is either tax the fuck out of these people so they don't see it as a viable way to scam money out of people, or we need to just make it illegal to sit on properties that are unused in commercial areas because it leads to a slum. That needs to be enforced severely. And it needs to be done yesterday. Goody guitars. Yeah, man, I would like to open a guitar shop, but the overhead, yeah. Now you can't make any money on eBay and Reverb, so fuck it. I'm just going to leave it to my son. Yeah, because the market's so flooded with guitars, because all the private equity companies took over the guitar companies and just produced tons and tons of fucking shit guitars. Now the second-hand market's flooded too, so there's lots of videos about that. There's guys that are much more across it than I am. New old stock condoms, yeah. You know it's rough when you're using condoms that are 10 years old. You're like, fuck, maybe I should get out more. The Green family owns Hobby Lobby. MAGA Christo-fascists, fucking hell, homophobes and smugglers of real and fake religious artifacts stolen from other countries. So scum that should be in jail. Okay, so Hobby Lobby is scum. Okay. My Ampeg VT40 has a PCB in it, great amp. So their PCBs are a bit delicate. You need to be very careful with the Ampegs. They are one of the contenders for maybe the case against PCBs, to be honest. Now the background lighting's coming in, the camera's making my face a bit darker, so I'll just bring up the light. I've got some mates that make replacement PCBs for the Ampeg. I think the VT40 was one of them, particularly the filter cap PCB, because that's the one you're working on when you're doing a resto. I guess can post the M-Boy creative video. I never uploaded it. No one looks at my channel. Oh, come on, Wes. Let's all go to Wes's channel. What do you got on your channel, Wes? Do you mind if I go to channel? Oh shit. Something happened. Oh no. No, here we are. Let's have a look at Wes's videos. Oh, your latest video is 7 years old. Of course no one goes to your channel. You got 22 subscribers though. I had 22 subscribers for a while. You got a Yoshimura slip-on exhaust. Cool. Yeah, well, so everyone go to Wes's channel when he uploads the creator video. I'm going to Baked Potato in Studio City to see Philip Sace on August 1st. Love the spud. This is a cool hang. Thanks, Brad. Let's give him a thumbs up. Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. Loud. Sorry, was I yelling? Or are you talking about an amp? The VT40? I thought it was being loud or something. We got complaints from the next island over when we played at my friend's cabin. It's not a good gig unless you got some noise complaints there, mate. How about silver foil resistors? What? They actually make silver foil? I don't know what metal they actually use, to be honest, but I doubt it's silver. I just bought a PV Classic 50 with two 12 inches. I've got two of them here I've got to restore, and actually that's the next one I've got to get on the bench because our customer keeps ringing asking for an ETA and I can't tell him anything. Next build I might look into PCB. Had fun modelling my present build in KiCad. It's satisfying to see 1 kHz plate signal riding on B+ rail containing predominantly 100 Hz ripple sag modulation. Well, it shouldn't have too much of that modulation, unless you haven't installed your caps. My friend has a 1960 Champ that has a Lily tag inside. He didn't know the story, but he got super excited when I told him. Yeatsy Guitar made a video about carbon comp versus metal oxide resistors on the plates. Yeah, I've got to check that out. He's done some good comparison videos. I've got to catch up on the old Tanner's channel. I haven't had time, and he's got young kids, so he hasn't had much time either. But so yeah, props to him for getting any videos out. To be honest, it's a pushing shit uphill situation, and he's definitely pulling through. Goody guitars. I used to have one, but I was in a bad relationship and it ruined my music, and I had to sell my equipment to give her money. Fuck. Don't do that. Solid state pre with 2 6L6s and squareback speakers. Were they like CTS or? I don't recommend LinkedIn because micro slop is evil. But you amp techs and your customers could really benefit from the service that site claims to provide. Do you mean like in sourcing new work, middle pickup? We've sort of already got a bit of a database of techs worldwide. So if because I've got a social media presence and a lot of people internationally. I mean, most of the viewers are from the States of this channel, and when they're looking for a tech, I don't live there, so we realised we needed like a database of techs that we trust and know and can recommend. So we've got that. So if you do need a tech, I can at least refer you to the nearest one, whether or not they're within your radius. I couldn't really tell you, but we can at least tell you who's nearest by. There could be others that aren't on the database. Don't hold that as a Bible. There's probably guys that are flying under the radar that are perfectly good, but the ones that are on there we can vouch for. So. Francisco, nephew installed your Pro Junior board this week. Superb edition. Cheers. Excellent. Where are you? Where are you, Francisco? Many Swedes here today. I love Swedish people. They're bloody Swedish people are like very close to Aussies, I think, in the way they act. A bit crazy, a bit unpredictable. Hey, Brad just got back from a 2.5 week trip in Korea. Closest I've ever been to Australia. Really? That's awesome. Goody Guitars, wish it could be more, but I'm very poor to the cancer research. Thank you very much, Goody, but don't give me money if you're poor, mate. Hang on to it. That could have been bloody day's groceries, mate. But thank you very much. Colby Jack, how you going, cheesy man? Hello, I shipped an amp to Forgotten Gear Restorations in Southern California. He did an amazing job, excellent, 5 stars. He's a winner and champion. Yes, he is a champion, Frankie. I don't think he's here. He did comment on the pre streaming chat, but I haven't seen him in the chat since. So, Frankie, if you're watching this back later, g'day, mate, and thank you for taking care of Colby Jack's amp. I thought a Swedish mile was 10 kilometers. What? It just goes to show I don't know what I'm talking about. A mile's a mile, mate. A Swedish mill. Swedish work on the I went to say immune system. Swedish work on the metric system. They do eat frozen shark though, which is a bit weird. Rotten shark, Hakko, and Sostroming. They want to cut out public funding, undermine public services, and point to their lessened performance as a reason to privatise those services. It's a scam. Yes, it is middle pickup. It's the fucking same old act. It's neoliberalism all over. Middle pickup. We know the pattern. Now we just got to vote against it, right? And we need to hold our leaders responsible for doing that shit. Cut out public funding, undermine the public services, point to their lessened performance as a reason to privatise them, and then sell them off for parts, and then you're left in a fucking ghetto. Is that what you want? I don't. I don't think anyone does. So stop fucking voting for it. Man. We never get tornadoes up in Pennsylvania. Welcome to global warming. Yeah, Phil. It's going to be a bad year, I think. I've got my spidey sense. The fact that it's this warm in winter. What is it outside today? There's a thermometer on the shop next door because it's an air conditioning shop. It's 14 degrees Celsius, partly cloudy. It looks like it's going to be a nice day, but it shouldn't be 14 degrees Celsius at this hour in the middle of winter. It's pleasant, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't mean summer's going to be pleasant. Pennsylvania is landlocked. Is it? Yeah, landlocked by New York. Yeah, New Jersey. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. Yep. And just refreshing my geography knowledge of the United States. I probably have more geography knowledge of the United States than most Americans, but oops, Forgotten Gear Restorations is in SoCal. Yeah, he's in Southern California. England, what? England 4, France 0. Really? Holy shit. That's massive. Brad for PM, I'd vote for you. Fuck, I don't want to be PM. That'd be the worst job ever. Everyone hates you no matter what you do. You make things better, they hate you. You make things worse, they hate you. But think of the shareholders. Fuck the shareholders. We need to let these places collapse. The fiduciary responsibility for increase in returns for shareholders is part of the reason the world is as fucked as it is. We need to put them out to pasture and say, go fuck yourself. Have you thought about poor billionaires' investments though? Yeah. Have you seen SpaceX stocks? Holy fuck. I'm just glad they collapse before they get forced into shoved up the arse of all the index funds. Because if it was still up there when that happened, you'd lose all your 401k, but it's lost most of its value already. So you might not lose all your retirement funds because of old Muskie. Muskie the fucking weirdo. The sweaty fucking waxy weirdo that he is. Korea was the first country I travelled to. What a culture shock. And wow, do they do so many things right compared to the US. It's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than the US. Man, it is culture shock in the best way, travelling to Japan. I hear Korea is a bit similar. It's different in many ways, but compared to Western, well, to me they are a Western country, really, aren't they? But compared to Australia and US, it is a culture shock, but for all the right reasons, I think. The stock market is a Ponzi scheme. Yes, it is. The fact that the real economy is struggling so much and the stock market keeps going up and all the fuckwits in government keep saying, oh, look at the stock market. Who gives a fuck about the stock market? What does that mean to you? Nothing. I've heard that Australia is getting rid of negative gearing. It's not getting rid of it. It's just making it less egregious. And they're still whinging about it. All the right wings are like, oh, but what about this poor guy that owns 12 properties? Well, fucking sell them, mate. Sell them. Fuck you. I'm not going to... Tiniest violin. You'd need an electron microscope to see the violin that I'm playing for you. Go fuck yourself. I imagine that it's painful for the people who base their finances on it, but I think it's actually a good idea. But yeah, those people are already rich, so I don't care. You don't... Investment is a risk. These people are starting to not accept that investment is a risk, and they just want guaranteed returns no matter what, even if that means fucking over everyone on the planet except for themselves. Fuck them. It's a risk. You took a risk. Might pay off, might not. Probably has paid off, and now you just want it to keep paying off forever. Well, fuck you. Get a job. It's a great idea. The system is so broken for the working class here. I agree with everything Brad is saying. Well, it's not hard. I mean, it's not controversial. Like, you work, you should get fucking paid. Fuck you. Or you investing cockheads that want free money. I've got a feeling there's not many investment brokers watching this channel, let's be honest. There could be a few, If you are, you know what I'm saying is true. You just deny it in public. Hey, board cords. Thanks for the membership. I'll donate to your temporary sobriety next paycheck. That's all right, mate. No pressure. Nothing but Mossy and a bald eagle on my channel. What? Brad, do you know who Philip Sace is? No. Best guitar player alive. I'll check that out. I'm always looking for new guitarists. Well, new to me. And he's a really cool guy. He's 50 and has been around a while. He played with Jeff Healy and played with Melissa Etheridge. Opened for ZZ Top. Nice. Melissa Etheridge is awesome. Man, I've dropped the ball when it comes to YouTube. I have 18 subs and just haven't had the time to do it and make it interesting. It's a lot of work, dude. Just YouTube's really lost its soul. It used to be YouTube, like as in show everything you're doing, show everyone, it's show and tell, you know? Now it's become everyone's got AI thumbnails. Everyone's trying to be more bodacious than the next guy. Everyone's clickbaity horse shit, and every month they post a thumbnail showing them going like this with the writing under it called "It's over." Like you've seen it all the clickbait crap. We lost a lot of authenticity over the years. YouTube has, but every now and then you'll find a channel with cool stuff. Got to keep it interesting, but keep it interesting in a way that's authentic. And yeah, there's a lot of channels now that I just couldn't give a fuck about because they're just they release material every day, and it's just going over the news. Or like when Fender did the suing people left, right, and center, every channel's like their take on it. I couldn't be less interested in that shit. It's just so boring. They're all speculating and just same shit over and over again. But yeah, now there's a lot of AI slop on YouTube, so just steer away from that. And a lot of the stuff getting recommended is just rage bait too. So, are we troubleshooting any amps today? Yeah, we probably should, eh? I'm just trying to catch up on the chat, but I'm almost there. You're Swedish and your neighbour is Aussie from Newcastle. What, he's in Sweden? That's pretty awesome. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the shark is Icelandic. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Hakko. Yeah, it's Strömming that's Swedish, isn't it? And Hakel's Icelandic. Sorry, I'm getting my fish eater countries mixed up. Bought an old van from a guy from Sweden, and he called himself the Swedish Meatball. That guy was a trip. Brilliant car guy, welder. Nice. Yeah, sorry. The Strömming is Swedish, and Strömming is Swedish, and Hakel is Icelandic. I got my countries mixed up. So I'll leave Brad, but it's back to the football. I look forward to seeing that completed Tremolux. I had a blonde head Tremolux, which I bought in the early 70s for £25. My God, man. All right, Martin, go and enjoy the footy, buddy. No global what? You live in fucking... I've forgotten the name of it. Mark? You live in the frozen shithole. What is it called? Alaska. I love seeing people try to eat Strömming. Once they're privatised, the goal becomes maximisation of profit rather than outcome because they're no longer accountable to voters. Yeah. I live in USA, ideally despised with every fibre in my body, our Commander-in-Chief, who is nothing more than an orange blob of lipids secreting insane angry arsehole that he is. I started a bet recently with a mate of mine, Fiddle, that I don't think he's going to live to see 2028. If you've just watched him over the last year and seen how much he's declined health-wise, I don't think he's going to make it much longer. Plus the fact his hand's always got a fucking cannula in it. You've got to ask yourself why that's happening. And can barely form a sentence. I know he's always struggled with that, but he's getting worse. So I don't think he's going to make it to 2028. There's my hot take. I've got $500 riding on that. Literally. Fucking poly market be damned. We're doing cash over here, buddy. Guys, don't worry. All this environmental destruction and suffering is worth it. A few people made a lot of money, yeah. I don't want to let Google AI scrape my videos. Well, where's the way I get around that is just make my videos worthless. I need another coffee. What time is it? It's only 8:15. Let's get into some amps. I've almost caught up. I'm a landlord and I just raised my tenant's rent one time over 6 years before COVID. I guess I'm an arsehole. No, well, if you're doing it like that, Mark, you're fine. If you're raising it every legal period that it's possible, like you might only be able to raise it every 3 months or 6 months. And if you're doing it every time, then you're an arsehole. And if you own like 50 properties, then you're an arsehole. But yeah, I think if your 100% income is making money on property investment, then no, I don't think you should have 12 properties. I think, yes, you should get a job. I don't think you should be guaranteed constant income from rent seeking. I think it should be made not financially viable. It shouldn't be made illegal. It should just be made not attractive. There's a really fun YouTube video of 3 people making a strawberry cake jam with surströmming while wearing TENS equipment, making their arms jerk every 2 to 3 seconds. Wow. Pastor, I think I'll need to check that one out. Exactly correct about YouTube. It's fun at first, but I do get a lot. But I have learned to not follow my algorithm, but type in what I want to see, like Lyle and Brad. Yeah, well, just having a few subscribers is great. Brad needs some downtime too. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm angry today. Too many people like to blame others for their shitty lives. Well, that's one way of saying that. How am I going to phrase this? So, if you're not born into wealth or a position where you can get a rung on the ladder to climb that ladder, that may be no fault of your own. And the fact that everyone thinks that others should be able to do what they can do without any problems means they've got no perception. If you think everyone's capable, if you've been pretty privileged and you think everyone else has the ability to do what you've done, then you're just delusional, because they don't. I'd like to work towards a world where that is possible, where people can start off from the floor and find that first rung on the ladder. But that first rung's getting higher and higher as time goes on, and it's not by accident. And if you think that's not happening, then you're delusional. When you work for yourself, it's a different game. I haven't had a vacation in 4 years. Yeah. Brad, not sure if you saw my post or passed it. Been playing my Cold Clark lately. I love it dearly. I know you've seen construction problems with them. Is there anything I should watch out for? Paul, they're pretty good guitars overall. The way they've manufactured them with the CNC is pretty smart. Just get yourself a small loan of $1 million and stop blaming everyone else for your life. Yeah, that's right, middle pickup. Why don't you just get a loan for $1 million? Use your existing loans as leverage. Yeah, the Cold Clarks, they're pretty genius the way that they assemble them, actually, using CNCs. They've really done a good job of their engineering. With any guitar, you just got to keep it out of the heat, Paul, which it's probably becoming a problem in London where it didn't used to be. I know you've had unprecedented heat waves over there. And just keep it out of the heat. If you've got an attic, don't store it in there. Store it somewhere cool. And anywhere it's comfortable, like humidity-wise and heat-wise for you, it's comfortable for the guitar, essentially. Guitars want to be in a place that's the same comfort level for people. So if it's uncomfortably hot or humid, you might want to look at putting it somewhere cooler or getting a bit of like a humidifier is what I'm trying to say. But being in London, it's probably pretty humid, isn't it? I can't remember. Is London like wet or dry? It's probably pretty humid, yeah? So if it's above like 60% humidity consistently or 70%, you probably want to look at getting a dehumidifier. If the humidity is drastically varying, like over several days, like we often get that in summer, you'll have a really hot, humid arvo or like you'll have a humid afternoon with storms, and then you'll have like dry heat the next couple of days. So massive variation in humidity there. So what you can do is get like a Bovita and keep it in the case. So that will sort of buffer your humidity. So I sell these on a website. You can get them locally. You don't have to buy them off me. But they're sort of like, they're not a desiccant. They're like a shock absorber for humidity. So they absorb and they let out humidity. It's a two-way thing. If you buy who's the cigar smoker here? Victor, if you're still here, you probably see these arrive in your cigar packs. I think 70% humidity is the optimal for a cigar. And these will level out the humidity and sort of even out the peaks and the troughs. They can only do so much. You can't expect them to keep supplying moisture that's not in there or keep absorbing it. So they're sort of to even out the peaks and troughs, but you still want to try and maintain a relatively stable environment. As long as you do that, Paul, and physically don't play drums on the thing, which a lot of guitarists do now. They do the one-man band thing with a looper where they set up like a little drum loop on the pedal, and it's very cool, but if you hit that top a bit too much, you can crack it. Now, I get a lot of palm damage where they sort of play drums or the bracing inside lets go and it starts rattling. So yeah, that's quite common. Just be careful with it, man. You should be right. 41C, Jesus. But that's normal for here at this time of year. Guitars are people too. Mine hate being in cases, yeah. Don't store your people in cases. London's as moist as its inhabitants. So yeah, buy a hygrometer, and that's exactly why I walked over to my bench, because I've got one of these ones, the RS Pro RS325. I just bought this because I was getting stuff off RS Pro. You guys in the UK will have access to these. Just runs on AA batteries. You can set it to Celsius or Fahrenheit there. It's on F now. And yeah, good little unit. This one's pretty sensitive. It'll pick up just my hand, humidity coming from my hand. If you breathe on it, it'll go up pretty quickly. Some of them are a bit less sensitive, or the sample rate's a bit slower. You can have a pretty slow sample rate. It's not the end, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it's got the little gauge down the bottom. And yeah, it's good to have in the shop. A little bit humid here today, but it is cooler. If I open the door out the front, it'll probably drop down quite a bit. It's just from all the hot air coming out my fucking pie hole. Loving Saikoro music on YouTube. Really cool Japanese channel. Is that guitar, Wakefield amps, or just music in general? Just so you know, they'll start limiting how your small business can make, how much money your small business can make, how many customers you could take in, where does it end? Do you want capitalism to die? Yes, I do. Just so you know, why would they start limiting how much money my small business can make? I'm talking about limiting the amount of properties someone can own. You are putting different words into my sentences. You're just making up something that I didn't fucking say. Yeah, you get 69 or 72% with my cigars. Yeah, it's about, I knew it was about 70 or something. 70. I love how everyone who like simps for capitalism, they always put words in your mouth. It's never what you actually said. Why would having a limit on the amount of investment properties you can have affect the amount of business, the amount of customers I can legally take in. There's never been a limit to the amount of customers a business can take in. There's never been a thing. I don't know where you're getting that from. I bought the shoes that just walked out on me. That sounds like a blues song. ORS, I think I just bought them out of a J175s for my tanty pants messes in the collection. The old tanty pants messer. My guitar sits in 30 degrees and 80% humidity. I understand for 8 months a year and seems rock solid. Is that an acoustic or an electric, Gaz? It could be fine. It depends on the bracing structure, that kind of thing. I find that low humidity is way worse for my guitars than high. Most would use for guitars grows in humid climates, but I have a humidifier where I keep them. So they season. A good guitar will be seasoned. So they'll drop that humidity down to about, I can't remember the percentages. I think it was like 15% was kind of optimal for softwoods. By weight, I think. I've got to look that up. I've forgotten the figures. I'd be a lot more across it if I was building guitars regularly. So too humid a guitar, acoustic guitar anyway, electrics don't give a fuck. Too humid and acoustic means the top will belly up a bit, so your action will go up. Generally can't do anything to cause damage, except for extreme cases where you might get like mold growth inside. But yeah, dry weather will cause it to flatten down. You'll start getting buzzing on the neck, and your top will flat or even cave in a bit, and you will start getting cracks in the top. So yeah, very destructive for it to dry right out. You want to, if anything, err on the side of caution, a little bit higher than optimal. Just when you have that really dry weather, like I guess you get in like, Arizona or some shit, you probably want to have a humidifier inside if you don't already. I'd imagine you probably would already. Yeah, that's right. It's not really capitalism, Wes. It's corporate oligarchy. It's become that in the last 10 years anyway. It's insane that we're still reeling from the Red Scare in the US. Words like communism and socialism are so scary. I know, it's crazy. Yeah, free healthcare. Free healthcare. Oh, save me. Free school meals. Oh, fucking so scary. Oh, here, have free shit. Oh, fucking communism. Oh. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's not free anyway. You've already paid for it. Free healthcare. It's not free healthcare. You're paying for it with your tax. And they're just taking that money and not giving it back to you. So you're really getting fucking ripped off. It's not fucking rocket science. Like, you pay the money and you get nothing for it. So get angry about it. No one in this generation's scared of the word communism. That's right. We don't want breadline communism, Wes. We want fucking free healthcare, don't we? We've got it. But they're trying to take it away. And I don't want them to. Simple as that. You guys should have it. It was 35% at Mayton. TK, by the way, yes, I saw your email. It's the first time I've seen you in chat. Have you been here the whole time, mate? Sorry if you have. So do you mind if I show him your video that you shared with me? Very good video. Let me just clear my tabs. One moment, sorry. Scotty, there's nothing wrong with social programs. We have plenty. Communism is just as fucked up as capitalism. That wasn't communism. Ask someone from Soviet Russia or Cuba what they think of it. That wasn't communism. For starters, Cuba, the only reason Cuba is how it is because you guys have just decided that they should be fucking pummeled into the ground for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I've yet to hear a fucking valid argument for how you guys are treating Cuba. And Soviet Russia was still an oligarchy. It wasn't a fucking, I'm a democratic socialist. That'd be ideal. That'd be nice. Everyone can live along. We don't have to fuck people over just to get by, and we're not constantly getting fucked over. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Everyone should have free healthcare. We pay a lot of taxes. Exactly, Wes. But there'll be people here arguing that they shouldn't get healthcare. It's like, you guys got a fucking brain in your head? Like, you arguing that you shouldn't have healthcare. Like, oh, AP530's going on his anyway, let's pull back from that shit, champions, because there's plenty of shit about that on YouTube that we can go down. But let's try and escape from it for a bit, eh? I just think you guys should fucking get healthcare. Don't make me ban people. Anyway, so TK over here, he did you guys see my little post about the conductive valve bases? So TK over here, Thomas, his real name, I hope you don't mind. He shared with us a video he recorded. Desk share. Here we go. Away we go. Here it goes. Hang on. Am I sharing desktop audio? Yep, here we go.
Data was consumed, but still had vacuum. Had a dead screen grid. Anyway, yeah, I've destructively opened it up because that glue had a really good bond and I didn't want to fuck around forever trying to get it apart. Anyway, as you can see, the glue holding the back.
Just getting an echo there, champion. Sorry, I'm just playing with the audio. I'm not sure why the echo is happening. Anyway, I'm not sure you guys can even hear the echo, but yeah, I'm back now. It's all right. I just turned my mic off for a sec while I was playing the video for you, so you didn't get the echo, but there was an echo happening anyway. But hang on, let me just mute my own mic for a sec.
The glass envelope is not making any contact with the pins. I'm going to put a 1 kilovolts on it with my insulation tester, and I'm going to bang 200 degrees up its ass.
All right, so that was TK. Thomas he smashed a valve and was just measuring the tad red base by itself with the insulation tester while he was heating it up with a similar hot air station, which is calibrated so it's not just blasting a heat gun at it. It's actually temperature controlled, and seeing the resistance drop. So you got down to 150-ish meg, which if you put 150 meg between the HT and your grid with 200k grid stoppers or bias feed resistors, you know, coming from the bias supply to your grids. That's going to form a voltage divider essentially between the HT and the bias supply, and it's going to lift your bias supply up. Maybe not reach 0, but it's going to be a lot higher than it should. And that's what's making the Tube Amp Doctor Red Bass series valves self-destruct. So yeah, that's fun. It's been everyone I've tested here so far, and me and the lads, we were sort of commiserating our loss of money on those valves, and we suspected maybe it was the glue that holds the glass to the base, but as you could clearly see in that video, there was no glue touching the pins. The glue was literally just a bead around the perimeter, and yeah, it looks like we've got a very big problem with many different valves. And I just had a Svetlana that had the same issue. He's got a much more fancy Mega than I do. It goes up to gig ohms. This one's just a Kyoritsu. What is it? The 3132A. So this being analog, a bit less scale down there on the negative side. So on the high resistance side, sorry. So mine maxes out at what, 500 meg. His goes in the giga meg. And I reached, I think at 500 volts, I reached 40 meg. Yeah, I think it was 40 meg on the Tube Amp Doctor with the hot air gun set to 200 degrees, or 180 I think I had it set to. And that would be very significant leakage by the time it gets to that point. And when I cranked it up to 1000 volts on an EL34, it went down to, yeah, like 10 meg. So I think we finally found what's actually causing at least the bias runaway problems on the PS Vane manufactured Red Bass TAD series. So it's a good valve to stay away from until they fix it, if they ever do. I'm going to have to do continuous testing on them, but I'm not buying any valves off them again. If that makes it through QC, then I can't afford to lose any more money on valves than I already have through that vendor. So just so you know, that's probably what's causing it. In a pinch, if you get it before any damage to the valve occurs, you could change the valve base, but it's a lot of fucking around. It's like you're going to spend almost half the amount of time that the valve costs just to get a working valve that you can rely on. So there's one that I tested initially. Got the wires on there, just Teflon wires, so I can get it away from the heat source with my little clips. Yeah, it's probably not worth the trouble. The glue is going to be a nightmare. You probably break the valve trying to change the bases. How hot the tubes get in normal use? The base, it's a bit hard to tell without probably a Fluke cam, which I should get. But point being is it's hot enough for that to happen. So you can see this one here, like it just cooked it, man. So that one, this doesn't have, well, it's got getters there, but you can see on the other side behind that sticker. Oh, can't see it now. I'm just going to ruin it trying to get to it. But yeah, there's metallization on the inside of the envelope there. And you can see how hot it got because it's fully blistered the base there and started burning the actual base. So, excuse me, throat's getting a bit sore after ranting and raving. So yeah, a lot of dead Tube Amp Doctors in here. I don't know what their black bass, their other series are like. I heard good things about the red basses, so I tried them out. So the problem was that when I had in their mind they addressed the problem. In my mind it was nowhere near addressing it. France had come back 3 to 4. Holy shit. Slow runaway dissipation, yeah. So when a set of 4 of these was in an amp that I serviced for a customer, and one of the valves had started running away, and of course that was dragging up the the bias supply to all the other valves. So that caused all the others to run away along with it. So their solution was to send me a replacement valve for the one that had failed. But all the others got damaged in the process. So they sent me one valve for the one that actually failed. And I was expected to keep using the other 3 that had been exposed to over dissipation. So if I was to do that, I put the new valve in, the other 3. They're now, because the owner of the fucking company just asked for the data on the sticker, wanted a photo of that sticker, and then he just matched those specs. But now these specs have gone off because they were exposed to excessive dissipation by the bias supply getting torn down by the failing valves. So now they're no longer those specs, and not only these specs, but that doesn't give you enough information to like actually test the thing. That's why they grade it with they got the batch numbers and whatever, and they've got their own undisclosed testing voltages and conditions, right? So I can't recreate those testing conditions without knowing what they were. So now I've got one valve not matched to the others, and the other 3 having been exposed to excessive bias, excessive dissipation, and I'm expected to give that amp back to the customer and then wait till the next one fails and then do it again, and it'll be 4 times, probably with other things damaged in the amp from that over dissipation. So I'm expected to cover 4 repairs and the customer coming back 4 times before they get their problem solved, all to cover TAD's ass? I don't fucking think so. So I just ditched them entirely. They're all in that box now, and because I wasn't really getting anywhere with them, it takes them 4 or 5 days to respond to an email, so it was just a fucking waste of time. I wasn't very happy with how they treated me, and you'd think with the amount of money I put through them, I spent like 5-6 grand on one order or some shit, and that was where I got all of these from, because I thought I'd take a chance and invest in them. That one's lost its vacuum from overheating. So yeah. Won't be going with that brand again. Sucks, because I really thought they were a brand we could get behind, but nope. Nope. Just another rebadger. It's sad, and it sucks that they take an instantly what would you say? Can't think of my words. I need a thesaurus at the desk. I don't know if they've addressed it. Yeah, the tube's made in China. Yeah, it's a PS vein. They rebadge them with tube amp, Doctor. Relentless French comeback. I feel like I should be watching this game. YouTube's lost its soul now. Everybody wants to make a living on YouTube. Exactly. That's what I was saying, the filthy gringo, about your hobbies. YouTube should be a hobby. Everyone's trying to turn it into a fucking income. Everybody wants to be a streamer so they don't have to leave their fucking house and just turn into shit. Yeah. I think it's a little bit like all their corporations with watching Apple, and they all just tried to do what Apple did, and they see 1 or 2 streamers become really successful, and they just try and recreate whatever they did. But often that time's past, and you can't sort of go back to when they started. How bad is that? You can't trust that company, you lose a lot of money, and they don't take responsibility. Yeah, that's how it felt. It just felt like an adversarial relationship. As soon as they got the money, it was like they didn't want to... Yeah, I don't know. They just wanted guaranteed profit, a bit like we were saying with all the stuff earlier. What do you think of the old Aussie Golden Tone amps? Yeah, they're great if they're in good condition, and often they're not. They've been through a lot of backyard techs that have done a lot of damage and a lot of just neglect. I think a lot of them sat on shelves once they got their hands on a Marshall or something. They didn't use them for ages. So they can take a bit of effort to restore. I've got one that's really bad condition I was going to do a video series on, but I'll see how we go. Everyone wants to be a YouTuber because there are no good paying jobs right now. YouTuber equals low paid advertiser. Yeah, pretty much. That's the other thing, Wes. The the paid and unpaid promotional content is just making everything so untrustworthy, and no one's got any credibility anymore. Because they'll say whatever they're paid to say, and it's just often it's undisclosed. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be illegal, but I mean, if you're getting free stuff and your entire revenue on YouTube is made from reviewing free stuff, well, then you are being paid because you're getting the stuff that you're making the content about, and then that you're getting paid by a third party, which is the audience, either via Google AdSense or direct, super chats and whatever. Free replacement of a part doesn't replace a pissed off customer. Yeah, Andy, especially when they've got to come back 4 times each time one of the valves fails. I'm so sick of a video saying, I didn't get paid for my video, but they did give me this $5,000 guitar. Yeah, that's exactly it, Wes. That is a paid review. Even if you got to give it back, it's still paid because they gave you something that enabled you to make content in order to get paid. I just restored a 1762 Reverb Master. Sounds great, but a lot of work. The reverb trainings are usually stuffed. I'm redesigning it to work on a single AT7 instead of a 6G W8. So far, sounds great. Excellent. Yeah, they love those triode pentode valves, don't they, TK? They use them often on the phase inverter in the output stage, or sometimes the whole amp. Like if you had a single-ended amp, you have maybe a 6AV6 and a 6G W8 or whatever, and that would be the only 2 valves in the amp. If it's solid-state rectified, otherwise they'd have an EZ80 or 81. They're cool things, but they're sort of relegated to history a bit. I wouldn't probably, unless I'd done the resto myself and like bulletproofed it, I wouldn't be gigging with a golden tone or any of the older Aussie stuff. Brad, it's been a pleasure now, 1 a.m. I'll finish this one a bit later, thank you. Thanks, mate. I probably won't be going much longer anyway. I'm going to go and try and be a human for the remainder of the day if possible. Felt a bit alien for the last couple of weeks. Just trying to catch up on work. Not really any time to get any sunshine even. Yeah, AP530. He's made a killing, hasn't he? I can't believe it. Really. I don't think those people are ever going to get held to account, unfortunately. Brad, I'm really disappointed with Tad from what you've described. I used them for valves and the old reverb tray for years. It's really shit. Look, I do feel for Tube Amp Doctor because they took a gamble themselves as well on rebadging the PS Vane, but again, any investment is a risk. And you can't just outsource your risk onto the poor customers that have no power. If you're going to do that, well, then you're going to have blowback, and this is blowback. So, it's not just me, like you saw, TK. Let's go back to that video, by the way. It's not finished. Just 1 sec. I was just catching up on chat. So, he carries on. He got it down to 80, if we have a look there, 80 meg. Then he tried it on a... Check this one out. This is crazy. I've never seen a valve like this before.
Right, here's an older Sovtech that had a fucking massive failure.
Look at the plate
on its own.
Have a go at it. It's vaporized it.
Anyway.
That must have been... I don't know. What would have caused that?
Free time to fuck around, but...
That's the Aussie slang right there, Jimmy.
I'll test the glue separately. So this is an old Sovtech that had a massive failure. So once again...
That's just the base by itself.
Just going off 2 pins that are undamaged and still in the brace.
So not even the relevant pins, but still far apart.
Only for 200.
Dropping already. Look at it go. Come on, TK, how's your framing, buddy? 140, 130.
dropping. Where do we get to on that one? So about 120 on that one. Not as bad, but still pretty bad. And then he goes to a JJ's bass.
Disassembly.
Hang on. It goes back up.
I'm just going to try this JJ. I tried desoldering the pins, but as soon as I started wiggling it, the glass cracked on this one. So once again, a destructive fucking disassembly. Right,
you can see the getter was starting to go there.
And for the JJ base, this valve was working pretty microphonic before I destroyed it.
Pretty solid. That's get a feeling that's the max measurement for the unit. Since it's staying rock solid. Just 200, yep. Heating his unit. I think it starts to move a bit from memory, but nowhere near as much. It sort of stops at like 4 gig ohms or something. No, still going. So it never gets into the mega ohms region. So yeah, that's why JJs don't seem to suffer the problem, eh? And that's at 1,000 volts, mind you. 1,043 volts.
Well, not that starts.
And that's right, he's getting right into there too. So yeah.
This one seems a bit more resistant.
Crazy, isn't it? Give TK a thumbs up, champions, if you can go over. I'll give you the link right now. Go over and watch the whole video in your own time if you want to share it around as well if people are asking about the valves. So yeah, that's the source of all our problems at the moment. It's good that we know. Framing schmaming, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's good to put it to bed and know what's causing it. Now we know, what to avoid. It just sucks because the industry is so opaque and it's constantly aiming at moving targets, man. It's just adds another level of things to constantly be worried about and anxiety inducing, Cheers for the stream. I'm going to go get some sunshine myself while we've got it here in Melbourne. I'm saving up for one of your FYM boards while I clear some of the other projects off the to-do list. No worries. Flick me an email and we'll see what we can do. Really interesting video, TK, yeah. So go follow his channel. And he does, it's not just that video. Check out his video backlog. He releases some great videos. I probably should comment more on his videos, to be honest. Pommy's 5-3. Holy shit, that's a massive scoring game, man. What happened? It's funny how some games just don't score at all. I don't know fuck all about soccer. I should figure it out. Wonder what the old tube bases were made of. Same stuff, Joe. I just think there's probably some contamination or they got the formula wrong. People are forgetting how to do shit that we've known how to do for decades, centuries even. Both goalies are dead. Yeah, both goalies had a massive night out last night and they're fucking hungover as. Could be that, Wes. Yeah, that's a massive scoring game. Interesting. Pointless game. No one cares about the bronze medal. Well. I put some beard oil in my beard. Now it feels all funny when I touch it. Let's do an amp, eh? I reckon Michelle's probably still in bed, so I think we might be going for lunch more than brunch. Let's get back to what you guys come here for. Me breaking my back. All right, what do we got, champions? Guess time. What do we got? It's a Marshall, I'll give you that. The wildest one I saw was Germany versus somebody 7-0. Crazy. Have I got Creator Studio open? No, I don't. Just one sec. Legends, we are at 13,904 subscribers. If everyone that watches this week subscribes, we'll crack over that. Let's have a look at how many people are watching right now. And let's have a look at the analytics and see if I can tell anything from a live video. I don't think I can. Hang on. Oh, back. All right, we've got 76 viewers at the moment. Audience since published. Not showing any analytics yet because it's still live. The only analytics I've got is concurrent viewers. So we've got 76 viewers. If anyone's not subscribed at the moment, subscribe now. And we'll see how high we can get the subscriber. If we can crack 14,000 during the live stream, holy shit, I'd dance a jig. Imagine that. That'd be awesome. So, dual reverb JCM 2000, nope. MG 50 watt, nope. Analysis. Good to see you never grow up, just like me, Wes. We have a vintage modern champions. I know it's a contradiction in terms, but anyway. Vintage modern 2466. And apparently it's got a FX loop jack playing up. So let's suss that out. Otherwise, sounds good. Performing okay. These are pretty cool amps. So it was a little bit, didn't quite blow my skirt up as high as I thought it would when I tried the first one out. Can you post links? Not at the moment, but let me just make you a mod for a sec. Middle pickup. And now you can post a link. I'll probably forget to remove you, but I think you're okay. You seem pretty cool. Just check out fuses. There's a bit of screwdriver rash on the fuse holder, so I'll just check that they've got the right fuse in there. If you're not subscribed, join. If you are subscribed, join. You can join up as a member. But yeah, I'll try to keep the political trash to a minimum, champions. Sorry about that earlier. It builds up, and every now and then I have a little rant. I just want your life to be better, champions. You will get healthcare whether you like it or not. Sorry, right-wing chuds. We will force healthcare down your throat, and you will like it. Just don't know why you'd fight against it. It's just a weird mindset. I'm trying to understand them, but there's just no logic. I don't know. That's why I'm permanently curious about them. It's just strange. Have a backstash of 6v6s from a deluxe reverb all Jan Phillips. Yep, hang on to them, Wes. Keep them free from shock. You should be right. Middle pickup. Okay, Nest Tone. I've heard of that brand. Do they make amps? Leave YouTube. Go to site. Nest Tone. I think they've got a cool logo from memory. Let's have a look. Nest Tone. So yeah, they look like PS Vane, don't they? If they're doing rebadging, it's just they don't fucking make them. Everyone knows they don't make them in the US. They'd be rebadged PS Vane. I don't know why anyone bothers doing that. Who cares? It's a little bit of an ego trip, but whatever works for them. I'd say they'd be tatties, but yeah, if you have any, just test them for me and let me know. I'm always looking for more data on that, guys. So if you have the facilities to test those valves that you got, give them a test, because you don't have to. It's not destructive. You don't have to do what TK did and smash the valve. You can just test them in the envelope, because it'll still show that fluctuation, which is what I showed in the photos. There are only 3 manufacturers. I think there's 4 now, Wes. You got Shoe Gang, and PS Vane, so 2 in China. Then you got JJ's, which is in the Slovak Republic, or Slovakia as it was previously known as. And then you've got New Sensor, which is in Russia. So that's 4. And then you've got all the weird Japanese manufacturers that make like 308s and stuff. All the exotic shit that only the hi-fi... all the audiophile weirdos can afford. All the people that are like property investors. That's right, Mark. You audiophile, you. I wondered how you could afford to do a brisket every week. It's because you're a property investor. That's all right, Mark. I still love you. All right, moving on. I'll need a power cord for that, won't I? I almost bought a brisket yesterday, and then I thought, hang on, no, I'm doing a live stream. I'm not going to have a chance to start it. And Monday, I don't know what's happening, but I'm probably going to be working to some degree, so... Plus, they were $300 for a fucking brisket. Marble score 8 to 9, though. Pretty cool. But I'm trying to cut down the amount of beef, or the amount of meat in general that I eat, because it is one of the worst things for the environment and most expensive things to eat. So trying to cut it down a bit. $300, yeah, 320 something. They were like 9 kilos though. So, yeah, surplus to my needs. But what I do like to do is do a brisket and then slice it up and then freeze it, and then have it on sandwiches and stuff throughout the week or the months. All right, blast off. 174 watts from the wall. It's got KT 66s. I'll double check in a minute, but it's drawing 174 watts in idle. That's up there. And 100% correct, no signal. None at all. So let's go into the... So the output stage is functioning. So no blown HT fuse. I did check the fuse too. Let's go into the effects loop return. The button's fucked. Okay. So it could be a bad switch on the bypass because it's not springing back out. And still no signal there. Alright, so electronically the output stage is functioning, like it's drawing current. It's conducting, but we've got a bad switch because it won't retract. Or it's only retracted, it won't come back out. And no signal. So it could be the effects loop, which is what the customer suspected. Could be a combination of that. The switch could have failed, but it could also be locked in bypass or whatever, and it could be something else entirely causing the issue. So, a good one for the live stream champions. Good one to undiagnose. Electro-Harmonix still owns a factory in Russia. Yeah, that's New Sensor. New Sensor owns Electro-Harmonix, as far as I know. New Sensor's like the mother company, the mother trucker. Do we get Russian tubes at this point? No. That's what we were just showing. The Svedis had the same problem. So what we get is JJ's at the moment. JJ's the only one we can really trust until Shoe Gang start producing en masse again, because they were really good there for a while before they shut down. 6-4, those are tennis results. Is that what it landed at? 6-4? Is that what it ended at? I'd love to watch it with you, champions, but I'm a bit preoccupied. Alrighty then. Oh, that's worrying. Is it just me, or are those valves in different orientations? They can't be, because Yeah, maybe it is. Ooh, I don't know, champions. Give me spidey senses. Let me find the right camera. So, look at these valves. A bit overexposed. Look at the plates. Now, with the quality we've come to appreciate in valves these days, the internal elements can sometimes be a little bit rotated from one valve to another. It doesn't mean the pins are not aligned. But look at this one. Now, see down the bottom, there's a glass rod that all the tube elements go down to. And then that's like a stabilizer for all the leads. And then they fuck off to all the different pins on the bottom side of the envelope. Now look at this one, the angle it's on. See the difference? So I wonder if that is just variance in manufacturing or if that valve's actually in the wrong orientation. Now the stickers themselves appear to be... Stop zooming yourself, lens. I know you're heavy. So yeah, it could be a broken off keyway. Let's have a look. No. Yeah, it could just be the elements have that much play in them. Crazy. Oh, let's put that one back in. I don't think all three would have one broken off. No. Yeah, just I've never seen them that far out, that's all. And guess what? It's our favourite tube amp doctor. Yay! I'll test them for leakage, but that's not the red base series. I have seen brown ones in a similar condition, however, leaking wise. Just get a big Phillips. The elements usually have tubing over some of them. Yeah, they have. I saw in that photo, in that video you took, TK, they got like Teflon insulation over them. Probably helps with like flyback resistance or whatever. I mean, Tube Amp Doctor do sell like new sensor stuff and whatever as well, and they do matching and branding in-house, so they don't just sell PS Vane. That's why I'm hesitant to go sort of, you know, on their case too hard, because people will possibly just boycott everything they sell, whereas it's really just the red base series that I've had bad experiences with so far. But I don't know, like I say, I'm just scratching the surface on the whole subject, so lots more measurement and research to do yet. And that's where you guys and my mates come in. Anyone that can provide more data for me would be appreciated. I'll need to start a spreadsheet or something with date codes and do some graphs maybe, because we're those kind of people. Alright, so very dusty. Let's just get the vacuum on it. I think the noise cancellation, is it enabled? Oh, if it's not, you can listen to my my vacuum, hear what I hear. Alright, get me blocks. Hoi! Alright. So yeah, it could just be a bad switch, champions. Let's get go down that road first, because that board is removable with not minimal effort, but not massive effort either. Alright, let's just get a bit of framing happening. We don't want to be like TK, do we? Anus McMuffin. Is that an anti-static vacuum? Would that be a concern for amps? Not on the chassis when it's sitting on a grounded mat, no. So this grey mat underneath the amps is anti-static. The vacuum's not anti-static, but the mat is. And the amps chassis is connected to the mat. It's connected to the knee bone. It's connected to the thigh bone. The vacuum I've got at home, which used to be here, is a Festool, and that's got an anti-static conductive plastic duct. Because when you're sanding all day, the static really builds up. These things are anti-static. That's the BOFA. So you can put the mega on that and actually get a reading. That's conductive plastic, and it's grounded at the base of the duct. In valve amps, generally you don't have to worry too much about it, but we are dealing with semiconductors and stuff. There is a DSP in this unit, so I've never had any issues with it though, just doing what I'm doing. So I need to flip this again, because that little shield needs to come out in order for me to remove this board, slide it backwards enough to get the jacks out. So I need to take this shield out, and the screws are accessible from the other side. So let's do that. Don't worry about ambient noise, that makes it live and real. Yeah, the noise cancellation often cuts out some stuff like guitar playing. And I know why. It's designed for so you don't get copyright strikes and stuff too, which is fair enough. Have to man the barbecue and cook some ribeye steaks. Nice! Enjoy, mate. I love a good ribeye. Making me regret not getting that brisket now. Do you recommend the JVM amps? Good buy, seem affordable use. Yeah, look, they're not too bad design-wise. There's some cost-cutting measures that make them a little bit not so desirable, but we can run through one of them next, because I've got one of them in the queue that is overdue. So we'll see if we can suss out the effects loop in this one, and then we'll get on to the JVM. There's a bit of a shitty way that they mount the front panel on them, which is sort of, well, they mount the boards in this one in the same way, so I can show you on this one too. Hiccups. So they've got these staked standoffs, which are pressed into the chassis. So if you look on this side, all you see is a pinned over pin. So see all those dots there? They're not screws, they're just, they're like rivets. So you can't do anything with them from this side. It's like a countersunk hole from this side, and then they rivet it in and press it. And then when you look at it from the other side, Paul Crane, that's for rebadging valves over here. They're trying to bring back the, oh, I've gone the wrong way. The Brymar UK. To fund this, they sell EL84 valves which rebadged Brymar, so they wouldn't tell me exactly where they were made. Look, that Brymar thing has been an ongoing, in my opinion, scam for the last 15 or so years. Every time they want more funding, they come out and say, "Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. We've almost cracked the code. We're almost there. They're going to be released soon." But they never give a date, and they're never going to be available at Champions. They're just fleecing you. Look, if they do release them one day, I'll eat my words. But fuck, I'm not going to hold my breath for them. I'll tell you that much. All right, so we've got these little staked standoff things. So they look like little drill collets. See there? These little buggers. Good old zoom lens bringing the goods. Where's my pointer? There it is. So down here, they're almost like the thing on the back of the dart, which holds the flight on the back of your darts. But they compress and stop working over time, and when you try and bend them back like this one, they just snap off. So you can't really do much with them after that because it's riveted in. So what would you'd have to like break that off with pliers and then drill it out or some shit. A bit fucking pain in the ass. And that's all that's holding onto that board. Not so critical in this board, but they just lift up. But when you've got a board on the front panel, it's got your jack and all your controls and push buttons and stuff on it, and you constantly got that backwards force on it just from pushing the buttons, they just let go. Then you got to dismantle the whole amp, pull it forwards, and maybe try and hammer a pin in there or something to pull them back out. Pretty chintzy, to be honest, for an amp of that caliber. You'd be expecting a bit of a higher level of engineering, in my opinion. It's a bit of an in my opinion stream today, champions. I know you love it. Is there something holding on still? What's going on? Why is this not coming out? Oh, there's another pin under there. Can't really get to that one. I might have to use my look, I know the caps are drained because I know the circuit, but let's just check for idiot's sake. Help if I turn the meter on. Yes, 80 millivolts. I think we'll be fine. Yep, standby's on. 83 millivolts. I don't think that's going to kill us. Let's get my little... These are good for just getting under stuff too. Just getting under that board and popping that last pin off. Now I've got these switches in stock, but first let's just do a continuity check. Okay, so that it's actually working outside the box, and I can see why. So I don't think that's what's causing our signal failure, because I think that switch is still fine. But if you look on the back from the inside of the chassis, can't really do that without destroying a valve. I'm going to remove these valves because I'll tell you what, I'll just hold it up. Rest on the transformer. So see down there, the plastic rear control panel sort of indicator. The holes are offset to the hole in the chassis. This is a good workout. So that's jamming on the button and causing it to not release, which is just bad manufacturing. Not easy to, not hard to get right. Just run a fucking deburrer on it. But it's all too hard for Marshall. So I'll just put an X-Acto knife on that because that's got to get done anyway. Where is one? It's got to get done anyway, but I don't think that switch is actually at fault. So I think we've got, as usual, to the customer. It just looks like one simple issue. Oh yeah, well my FX loop bypass switch isn't switching, like it's not staying where I put it, so it's logically you'd think, yeah, that's the problem, right? But almost always with amps there's multiple problems that seem related but they're not, and there's some other issue entirely that's causing the failure. A lot of dust in there. A lot of dust in general on this one. So let's test that switch for continuity. Continuity! Beepy beep. Alright. So when we're out, yep. When we're in, yep. Interpol, no, good band, but and no conduction where there shouldn't be any. So those switches are fine. Nothing wrong with the switch. It was just a mechanically jammed on that outer control panel overlay. So that can go back in and we can carry on finding the problem, champions. Still could be on that board, but we don't know until we do a bit more testing. So let's do that. Should I put that guard back in place? Yeah, I probably should, because it might oscillate otherwise. The beard is bearding today. Yes, it is. You finally out of bed, woman. Do you need me to come up and make you a coffee? Or are you going to come down? I think I said 10 o'clock for brunch, yeah? Excuse me. All right, we'll put the guard back in. I might just get under there with my little screwdriver bit, save from flipping the amp again. Where's my driver? Oh, there you are. You're taking me for brunch, man. Yeah, brunch is at 10, yeah? We want to go now for late breakfast. Quite behind on the video. If you consider buying direct from JJ and matching them yourself, yeah, huge time investment, which will likely cancel out any saving. The other issue is if you do get failures, Wakefield, they probably won't be receptive to returns. You've got a language barrier there, and international shipping with unknown factors. Pretty risky, which is why at the moment I go through vendors. Look, if I was going to sell valves for a living, yeah, I'd look at it and then just factor in like up to, if I factored in, like, I know I'm being negative, but if I factored in like 20% losses and it was still viable, I'd probably look at it, because I'm very... You run a business for a while, champions, and you get very pessimistic. But pessimism is like a safety fucking condom, and it makes sure that you even in the worst case scenario, you're still going to make it through. And if it all goes well, hey, you made some fucking money, fantastic. I'm just going to leave those screws out because that's painful. All right, let's fire it up and do some measurements, legends. I'll just plug the speaker back in, and we'll give it some function generated signal. Where's my mouse? Over there. Cheapest JVM head is $1,900 US. That's new though, isn't it? Pardon me. Is that screwdriver demagnetized? Fuck no. I heard the JVMs also can have conductive boards like the 900s. No, not the 900s. You mean the 2000s? JCM 2000s. Is that right? I have heard reports of that from Europe, from people I trust. Haven't seen it personally yet. Oh, hiccups. I do trust them, and I take what they say on board, but I haven't personally dealt with it yet. I'm just telling you how it is. If I do, I'll do a video on it. As for rebadging valves over here, they're trying to be... Oh yeah, I've already read that. Don't remember how the Satriani version looks inside, but I think it's better. Definitely more expensive though. Of course it is. It's got a brand. It's got a person's name on it. It's vaporware fundraising. Tech pros do that all the time. Yeah, vaporware. That's a word. Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe it for a fucking second that they're ever going to manufacture a valve. For starters, if the EPA or whatever they call it over there is doing their job properly, you won't be able to manufacture valves legally anyway, because it's a very toxic and fucking very harmful process to the surrounding environment with all the alloys and platings and also all fucking horrible shit you got to do. Plus, there's so much involved, so many recipes that probably are written on a fucking post-it note somewhere that they just follow for generations and generations. And if you don't have access to that secret black art information, you probably won't be able to make an effective valve. Same build techniques used on the valve states. How much do these cost again? A lot for what they are. That's a JVM. This is a vintage modern. I keep telling people to stop giving the big names money, bloody scammers. Yeah, pretty. It starts to feel like that, doesn't it, TK? And we just feel like broken records over here. Don't buy a Messer. Oh, I just bought a Messer. Like, people will tell me, oh, I know you hate Messer, but I bought one anyway. Can you fix it? I'm like, why'd you buy a fucking broken Messer when I told you that they're shit? And then bring it to me to fix? Like, are you trying to punish me or what? I'm just going to start denying those jobs now. Nah, sorry, too busy. Bye. Varellin Devices is supposedly shipping their solid state octals only $615 USD for a quad. I guess it's, what's that? That's like 3 times what actual valves cost. Do they last as long? I don't know. Time will tell. The fact they're shipping is actually promising. I didn't flat out fuck, I can't think of the word again. Not disregard. I didn't I guess I didn't disregard them outright because they had produced some prototypes that worked. But I was skeptical as to the how worthwhile it is and whether or not they'll last as long, because it's not like solid state shit doesn't blow up, like, you know, and you're dealing with an output transformer that's inductive and you've got solid state devices attached to a massively inductive huge output transformer. There's just so much there to go wrong. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know the tech behind it and how they've done it, because that's, I assume, a highly guarded secret, but there's just some fundamental things there. I don't see how they got around it. Threads about messes pop up all the time on Reddit, and often their longevity comes up, and the cockheads pop in to say, I've owned mine for 30 years, no issues, didn't even change the tubes. Yeah, that can often be because the tubes are biased at like 10%. So they're barely turned on. Yeah, as Son says, yeah, my brother in Cross, they're not dissipating any energy at 10% dissipation. I had a triple rectifier, bone stock, never been serviced, and in spongy mode, 8% dissipation on the output devices. Ben Verellen has some credit. He built some decent amps until he lost all his designs on a... oh, come on, man. Lost your designs on a stolen laptop? Come on. I have seen some of those amps. My tech mates had to battle. I think it was the meat smoke. It was a fucking nightmare, according to them. So I'd have to revisit their photo rants and see what the issue was. But I think there was some very questionable lead dress and stuff in them that they had to fix up, and lots of ground loops. That's just from memory. I'd have to go back and double check it. So just disregard that until I've got evidence of that. But again, I can't really comment on that brand because there's none out here. I reckon there's literally not one single amp built by him in this country, so can't really comment. Anyway, 31% in the Roadster. Is that the dissipation? Oop, still had it turned on. Shit. Amplitude. Let's go 200 volts peak to peak. 500 millivolts peak to peak. 1 kilohertz. 1 kilohertz, so good. Transformer's pretty noisy. Good old Dagnall. You've dealt with them, 2 of the pedals. Okay, Dr. Gear, yep, he's the man. Dr. Gear's here. How's that video going, buddy? Good to see you. Hope you're not ripping my boards a new arsehole like you said you would. That's alright, I can take it. See, the thing is, I want 6's review of my PCBs to be objective, because if there's anything that needs improvement, I'll take it on board and do it on the next revision, champions. If there is one, if they keep selling. It's when you think that you're fucking perfect that you don't improve, you know. I know I'm not perfect. I know I'm very limited in my skill set, and I want to work on that. Is the 90s rectifier amp built any better? Nope. I've got a few of the early my 1s and 2s in the Mark 1 reissue. They're all pretty easy to work on, but beyond those early ones, don't love them. Yeah, the Mark 4 and beyond are a fucking nightmare to work on. There's just jamming too much in there. Video should be up today. I didn't say I'll tear you apart. I said it'll expose the truth. Plus being critical where necessary. I know you think that it's over-engineered in some respects, and I probably agree with you there, but when you're not an engineer, you over-engineer, don't you? So, but yeah, I probably overdid it with some stuff. I agree. I entered in, particularly the heater traces, the fill zones. I calculated the temperature rise given the trace size, and I thought lower is better. Lower is more betterer. But yeah, I probably overdid it. But like I say, I'm not an engineer, so when you're not an engineer, you tend to over-engineer. Meat Smoke was an SVT copy. Their site says to contact them and use their octals. Had to replace most of the low voltage supply for that one. Damn. Mark 5. Yeah. Not fun. I had a few of them where I had to change the rectifiers for the DC heaters. But that was about it. I didn't want to do too much to them because the budget was limited. I've got 2 rectos in presently, both 3-channel models, usual diode and other issues. Yeah. Rightio, champions. Let's do some measurements. DC first. And go from there. We've got some signal running into the inputs. Set everything at 12 o'clock except for the master. And reverb can be down because we don't need that. Preamp volumes can be up. Midway. Let's go for it. Alright, we're getting a little bit of noise from the ambient lighting when I turn up the master, so we've got signal coming from somewhere, so I dare say we've got a preamp issue. Could be something as stupid as one of the preamp valves having failed. Just pop that lead in there, jam it against the cage nut. Pin 1, V1, 402 volts, so that seems very high, so I reckon we've got no conduction. Let's check pin 3. No voltage on pin 3, literally the first point I tested, champions. We have a bad V1. And that could be it. Let's put a known good one in there. No, that one's noisy. Don't want that one. Stretchy. $12AX7W8. Tube Amp Doctor, they had some really good 12AX7, so it's a shame that output valves weren't up to snuff. Gets in my belly. Alright, yeah. Why can't I find it? Can't find the correct orientation. God, you'd think it's my first time. What is wrong with me? Is that it? Nope. What kind of valve socket are you champions running in this? Jesus. I think they're Beltons. There we go. Alright. Pin 1. Okay, now we've got no voltage. Did I turn off standby? No. Okay, have we got a bad plate load? No, we've got no preamp voltage, that's why. Alright. So that valve might be okay. Here's me getting cocky thinking I've found the issue. Should have done more testing. Alright, so pin 1 was showing 400 volts before, now it's showing nothing. So something funny's happened there. Because, yeah, we measured 400 volts and now we've got nothing. far back as, wow, all the way back to the HT. Oh, it's because, yeah, I'm an idiot. I've knocked out my ground, my ground probe. Right, so we might have that same problem. Sorry, this is why live streaming repairs does not do much for your reputation. All right, let's put that replacement valve back in. $402, valve still cold, should drop down, but it is not. Alright, so we would be seeing... Alright, so we've got 402 on every plate from that point forward. So I feel like the DC heaters maybe in that area have failed. Minus 26 volts, no. Minus 26, minus 26. So we've got no... hang on, 0, 12, minus 26. We've got some weird series heater shit going on here. But everything's minus 26. So I think we've got a failed heater supply. And yeah, there are no heaters. So that would explain the high voltage on the plates, because there's no conduction happening because there's no heater. Now we've got high voltage series heaters on this one. So we might have one of these valves might have a failed heater, because it's like a Christmas tree. If one goes out, all of them go out. But then on the phase inverter and beyond, they're AC heaters. So the AC heaters for these two, is that the cathode follower and the phase inverter. Alright. The heaters have come back. What voltage have we got now? 214 volts. Alright. So I think we had a failed heater in V2. Alright, sweet. We should have signal now. And yes, we do. So, what he thought was a failed effects loop is actually a failed preamp valve. We'll ask if he wants to do a general service on these. That one there. Bad heater. It's a vintage modern. 6. Yep, open circuit between... Hang on, sorry. Slip with the meter. Alright, so between pin 4 and 5 on the just passively testing, we've got continuity. Wonder if it's just a valve socket. Pop that valve back in. It could be under actual current, just not conducting, but could just be dirty pins too. Low voltages don't tend to punch through that insulation if there is contamination, but yeah, no heater. So when it maybe when it heats up, it loses continuity. Interesting. Just funny that it tests passively on the multimeter with continuity in the order of a couple of ohms, but then when you actually put it in the amp, noise bueno. 2466, yep, that's right, that's right. Oh, hiccups. Alright, so we'll ask the customer if he wants to do a general service, clean and service. It is pretty dirty, but it seems to be functioning okay. I'll just plug in and have a quick test, just check all the functionality is good. And then we'll move on to the JVM, see what's up with that. Can't remember the solo champions. Fuck's sake. Let me try and remember. Hang on. Fucking hopeless. Hopeless! Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Yeah, it's just the playing that lets it down. I've got to get home and play for just a day solid, eh? I love chucking on a bit of pub rock and just rocking out and just getting the meat and potato stuff back before you try anything harder. Got me a box of French cigars. Girl next door, teaching me French. What is it? Teaching me night and day. Learning French off the girl next door, teaching me night and day. Anyway, shit playing, very disappointing. It's like having a root and then someone knocks on the door. That's what it feels like when you try and play a solo and you can't remember it. Anyway, that one's sorted. Well, more or less. Let's have a look at the JVM, which is a bit of a challenge because it's in a road case, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, pretty good sounding amps, the old vintage mod, and I wasn't a big fan of them when I had my first one, but I was trying to play metal with it. It doesn't really do metal, but it does pub rock, cock rock, all that kind of stuff. But and you get the hardcore and metal guys looking for a bit more chunk, bit more gain than that. I've got to learn that solo. It's pissing me off now. That was the Angels, Marseille, or Marcellies if you're a bogan. Come back and playing a couple of gigs a month. Nice! On top of working 60 plus hours a week. Fucking hell, finding time to actually practice is still doable, but it's an effort. Yeah, man. I'm just find myself so burnt out by the end of the day that I sit there and stare at the wall, eh? I thought maybe being on Dry July, I might not have a beer when I get home, and I might like sit down and practice. But you're just so burnt out by the end of the day, you can't even function. I just don't know. Just do paperwork and watch old mate walk around the streets of Japan, and wish I was there still. Yeah, if you've got gigs, you've got a goal there, and you've got a bit of dopamine from playing the gigs, you know. Played guitar for 35 years, and I enjoy hearing your noodle. Better than seeing my noodle. All right, we've got a Mark 1 Messer here, which I'll just get out of the way. Rehoused in a cabinet. So this was one I sold to the customer probably 2-3 years ago. Oh, shit, 2 or 3 years ago. And it was a combo. He still got the combo cabinet, but he liked it in the head format. And we've put a post-phase inverter master volume on that for him because apparently the Messer didn't have enough volumes for him. There's only 6 of them. Exaggeration. Yeah, the Mark 1, Mark 2 gain structure is so weird. It's like, how many volume knobs can we fit on this amp? Let's make everything adjustable to the user, even when they don't know what they're doing, and make it sound horrible. Could have just been an attenuator, champions. Could have been an interstage voltage divider, but nope. Let's put that cab down there. Let's put my fret vice away now I don't need it. Can I do this on the floor? Did it with your mum there last night. This zipper work? Not really. It's got a cable tie on it. Oh, come on, man. Just bring me your amp. I don't want the case. Alrighty, so we've got a bunch of accessorise. This is a worry. What have we got here? I'll try and make sure I don't dox anyone. Hey, Frankie's here. We've got some spare valves. Hopefully JJ's. Lyle looks hungover. What? Oh, you think I'm Lyle? Lyle doesn't drink enough to get hungover. He's a sensible boy. Okay, so they look like the originals. Wow, they put like duct tape over the pins. What's that all about? Yeah, they just got sticky stuff on them. So they must be the originals. They don't look cooked, but they've wrapped them in the paper that JJ's come in. Talking about conductive valve bases earlier. Yeah, that's probably something you want to get on, Frank. We're starting to realise a lot of manufacturers are using phenolic resin in their Bakelite that's actually conductive with a bit of heat. So that's fun, isn't it? Beers? No beers around here, mate. They're Dry July around here, buddy. No, but I do have to do a quick beverage review. Oh, okay. He's got... Might have the full set there. Spread across a couple of boxes. Always makes me a little bit worried when... the valve gives you, the customer gives you a big collection of valves. Like maybe they've had a lot of problems with this amp to need so many replacement valves, or maybe they just like playing with different types and stuff. That's cool. Whatever. I've got a foot switch, velcroed to the cabinet, the road case. What have we got here? More valves. More valves. Unmarked box. Or JJ's. Alright, well, if we need some, we can test all of them, and I'll have to check the job sheet. He might have wanted them tested, actually. I'll better check that. Have a great stream. Thank you, Daniel. Oh, hiccups. Thanks for joining us, and go and enjoy your weekend, buddy. Randall's rants are really opening. Guy never looked back. Zero introspection. Zero introspection, eh? Well, you know, the people that never look back and just... They seem to be the people that get shit done? Question mark? When I say shit, some of it really is shit. Alrighty, we've got some... I second guess every single fucking thing I do. Yeah, it's a bit of a disability, to be honest, because a lot of cocky fuckers... It's Dunning-Kruger. The dumbest fucks are the most confident. Let's just check the job sheet, fire it up and have a quick listen if it's in the state to do so. Fender Silverface Super, Messer Mark 1, Little Mark 250, PV Valve King, Marshall JCM 800, F4212 combo, JVM 410H. General service, very low signal, HT okay, face inverter okay, low voltage okay, normal signal level through effects return. Okay, so normal signal level through effects return, but very low signal level through input. Let's just confirm that. That is my notes. So I must have tested it when the customer was here. I must have felt very charitable that day. Speaker jacks up this end. Gaz Cal, got to go. New coax to fit and braid to unravel. Thanks, Brad. Catch you next time. No worries, legend. But first, a bike ride. Yeah, good move. Get some exercise. I'm going to go do the same after breakfast. It looked really like it might be a really lovely day today, but it's turned all shitty and cloudy, but that's all right. I always think of hobos as exclusively riding goods trains. However, I suppose they have to get out and about in town from time to time, and actually a red light could also be on the train line. What are you talking about? Too many knobs. Thigh opening. Guys are talking about something else entirely. Too many knobs. Sounds like high school. Let's just check. Well, no, the mains fuse I think I already checked. Two amp, yep. T28. Time delay 2 amp. Alrighty then. Brrr. It's like starting an old welder. Yeah, a lot of knobs, and I don't understand on these why they put what the knob does under the fucking knob. So you got to have like a double stack to be able to see what the fuck it does. Put the fucking description of the knob above the knob, because you're looking down at it from an angle. You got to fucking lean over like this to see what you're changing. Master, okay. Fucking sound like Chopper. Fucking hello, Chazzy. Set everything 12 o'clock. Set for the volume, gain, and everything 12. All right, channel switching's working, and so that's why I confirm the low voltage supply is probably fine. FX loop fine. So many modes. So much room for activities, champions. 3 modes on 4 channels. So you got like a 12 channel amp. Marketing planned that. Yeah. Marketing planned it. So when you're in the showroom, you're already bending over by the time they give you the price. Is that right, TK? Oh, mercy. I finally changed the plug on my test lead, champions. You might have noticed no crackling and buzzing and shit like normal. Alright, I'll just turn off my mic. All right, fuck all out of that. Let's just confirm plugging into the effects return gives us something from the output stage. Something. Hey? What? Oh, hang on. Yeah, had to make the effects loop active again, sorry. Alright. Yeah, so that's our return. Changing channels gave me signal again out of the effects return, but that just confused me because the effects loop was programmed to be off on that channel that I was on. So yeah, we're getting signal from the phase from the effects loop and beyond. So let's turn her off and declose her. Oh, I believe my wife's here. Hello, wife. Hey, how you going? Oh, it's 10 already. Shit, time flies when you're working on Marshalls. What's going on? Well, you need batteries. Oh, you need a battery and a key.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick. So where do you want to go for breakfast? Or brunch, as it were? Yeah.
I think you like brunch because you can have lunch and I can have eggs.
You can have breakfast and I can have lunch. That's the way the timing works out. Or we could go for sushi.
No.
Nah, you've already made the decision.
Yeah, I want eggs, bro.
You want eggs. I don't need egg champions. It's a bit weird for me. Can't believe the last hour's just disappeared. I was thinking I still had half an hour. No, I want to go bloody have a coffee with my woman. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I want to go for a walk around the river.
You go for a walk and I'll get okonomiyaki sauce.
Oh yeah, Michelle's making okonomiyaki.
Attempting
Okonomiyaki!
to make.
It's not like you watched her make it in front of us. It's pretty, just throw everything on the plate and go for it.
Yeah. Still the first time, you know.
Can we sit at like the breakfast bar and you can be the chef on the one side and I'll be on the other side with my little spatula?
Bro,
I'll be the customer, you be the chef.
isn't it every night when I cook dinner for you?
I love it when we role play.
Alright, but they're born
Boy, a chef's hat. Marshall. Is there a lot of Japanese cuisine in Australia? Yeah, there's heaps. It's probably one of the, I guess, it's probably the second most common behind Chinese. What do you reckon? Well, probably Chinese and Thai is the most common. And then Japanese. Japanese is more in the city. It hasn't really made it out west yet. But it's starting to. It's usually sushi, but there's becoming some ramen joints out here, which is awesome. With some chashu pork properly done with tonkotsu and whatnot. Just having a quick visual check, champions. There's some duct tape labels on all the connectors showing what connector to connect to, and there's some texture on the board, so someone has removed this board before. Someone's played knifey spoony before. But can't find any evidence of dodgy work. So it could be someone that knows what they're doing, and they just left the tags there for the next tech, maybe. It's nice of them. So as I was showing you before, it's not really a nightmare gibbo, but it's pretty easy to trace out, really. I mean, you've got all the component designators there. The board's relatively easy to remove. It's got the EH series JST connectors like on the JCM 2000s. Alan, how you going, mate? And the pots on the front panel do have actual nuts on them. Cue joke from Michelle about nuts. No, okay. So pushing on the knobs doesn't. It's stopped. It's limited because of the nuts.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Nuts and the knobs working together.
And pushing on the buttons, they sometimes flexes the board a bit. But shut up, woman. But you know what? That doesn't have the stake-on connectors on the front. I'm mistaken there. Mistaken, get it? This doesn't have the stake connectors at all. So I must be confusing the JVM with the Mode 4, I think. Because this is all mounted by the pots themselves. So yeah, disregard what I said earlier. I think I picked that up from something Lyle said in stream too, and I forgot to I thought it was the JVM, but it's the it's actually the Mode 4 from memory. Memory is fallible. But yeah, it's they're actually held in place by the pot, which isn't too bad a way of doing it, and they do have weird pots though, so you probably have to source them from a Marshall reseller or distributor. We are looking at planned obsolescence again. Processors, yeah. I don't know why. Well, I know why they used a processor. They used a microcontroller, and this probably a microchip. The brand microchip, and probably a PIC something or other. And they've got all the crystal there for the timing. But yeah, because this has got 4 different channels, straight away your foot switching becomes more complex, and it makes it easier to do as a chip. If you could pull that data off that chip, you can buy the chip off the shelf, and you could reprogram a new chip. Because right there, that's the program name .hex. That's the hexadecimal program right there. Keep up the great work, Brad. I hope all your goons out there have an amazing weekend. Thank you, mate. Take it easy. What was the other Marshall line? The MV. They were bad. The MV. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about there. Similar density and layout to the Engel Invader I took apart, except all their components were on the main board and the bottom side was flipped upside down, so you had to take the board out to see. Yeah, you did, but you could also trace out. I have worked on them without removing the board, because I just traced out what was what, found the problem, dropped the component out, inserted the new component. I think I inserted the new component from the underside because it was near the edge of the board. But yeah, not super fun, but not the end of the world either. Will Marshall not share that binary for the CPU? I don't know. Probably not, but they'd probably just send you a new chip, I'd say. But you can pull data off, you can pull programs off chips if you know how to do it. I doubt it would be copy protected. It could be, I don't know. It's not really doing a lot. I really think that Marshall should give up on reverb though. This one doesn't have reverb. It's got an effects loop, which is kind of what you want. Reverb in a Marshall's silly. They've never done it well. Just plug in the speaker again, fire it up. Just see if we can figure out where that signal's getting blocked. If it's the preamp or a switching issue, which would be not very fun. I'll have to get a schematic out for that. See if we've got another simple problem. Pretty unlikely, but we'll see how we go.
Be simple problem Sunday.
Simple problem Sunday, that'd be nice. Gone up to 168, 167 watts from the wall. Again, something's really ringing out there. Is it that cap? What's making that noise? Transformer, is it the choke? You guys hearing that? Sounds like it's coming from the choke, but gripping it's not changing anything. Weird. Investigate that later. Let's just check the voltages in the preamp. 213. Oh, yeah, V1 V1B is grounded. So phase inverter's good. All the DC voltages are okay. When I think about a Marshall amp, I don't think of computers. Really? You're a tech, TK. Should be the first thing you think about. Because he's thinking of the traditional Marshalls, not the computerized ones. Poor Marshall DSL40CR owners hate the weak reverb. Try to mod it back, but other forum guys just harsh on them. Don't need it. Just use a, I reckon just use a reverb pedal, because Marshall, when they do get a reverb, generally doesn't sound that good, and particularly not the digital ones. The digital ones, you can't really do much about them. I think more people would have played cleans on their Marshall amps if they had good enough reverb though. Yeah, but it's what effects loops are for. Alright. Is that a light causing interference? Nope. I think everything's causing a bit of interference. These LED lights don't like playing nicely with the scope. Tends to trigger it weirdly. Triggered. Right, pin 2, we've got signal. Pin 7, we've got nothing, but I'm not sure we should have anything. Oh no, we wouldn't have anything on that one because it's grounded out. Pin 2, we've got massive signal. Alright, so it's making it to V2A. It's making it to V2B, and it's overdriving. Let's go to clean mode. We've got nothing on that, so that's probably channel switching, but go back to V2. Nope. Alright, so it's not making it to the phase inverter. So somewhere... between V4A and the phase inverter, we're not passing signal. So first thing to check is just that the previous tech plugged everything in the right place and securely. And then we might have to resort to picking out the schematic, champions. How's your scope grounded? Through the mains. Oh, we're getting some pretty wild fluctuations in the bias there. I went from 160 up to like 180 there for a sec. 170. So 170 seems a bit high. I'm going to pull that back a little bit. If I get the right size screwdriver. Let's put it. Landed about 160 before I actually dial it in. Just want to keep an eye on that bias because that jumped a bit. It could be mains fluctuation. Fucking hell, we're up to 248 volts today. Marshall schematics are a bit annoying. They're always got a different PDF for every page. Uh-oh. Company statement. Oh, it's just about MIDI. Alright, I think that one shows the preamp up to the effects loop. So V9, what? V9, so V104. Is that the right schematic? I don't know. Oh, this is the Joe Satriani edition. God damn it. Whoops. Let me just get that one. That's why I'm confused. Alright, let's try that again, champions. So, just shower. That one. Alright, where's the effects loop? Effects loop. Goes to the separate rear board. Okay, so V104. V105 is the phase inverter, and that's up the back. V104. So V104A is a cathode follower feeding the effects loop. It's hard to tell without tracking down where those connectors go. So just checking. Oh, we've got signal now. Okay, so what changed? Have I disturbed something? Am I just stupid? I think I might just be stupid. No, clean mode. Okay, so clean mode we've got... I've just stumbled across a different mode where there's signal. But most of the modes there's still bugger all signal. Okay, so clean mode red and clean mode orange, we've got no signal. Crunch mode, all crunch modes, we've got bugger all signal. OD1 mode, no matter what mode we've got. Oh no, we've got signal there. Alright, so it's clean mode orange. Sorry, clean mode orange and red. Then we've got bugger all signal. So it's only a certain mode. So I've got to figure out what the switching is doing. There are muting FETs too, so FETs to do with switching cathode bypassing and stuff too. So do we have any signal switching FETs? No, everything's relay, everything's computer. And the VAT 4301, I believe that chip might be a gate chip. Let's check that. Dynamics processor, so that's probably how they're using, how they're doing the gate. Could be being used as a compressor too, I don't know. I didn't know that company was still in business. An analog engine. General purpose, 3 general purpose op amps, high performance voltage controlled amplifier. Okay. I think I'm going to have to... Everything is computer. I think I'm going to have to figure out the signal chain on this one. and figure out why it's got no signal in clean mode. But I think all the other modes not working was just me being an idiot when I first tested it, not understanding how the switching works. And yeah, in the meantime, before I go, got a task assigned to me by the lovely wife. Oh man, it's pretty heavy, that thing. Got to change a bloody key in a Isuzu. Got to change a battery in the Isuzu key. Isuzu. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's find out. We'll usually have a little tab like that. Oh, look at that. Click. Where's my spudger? Guitar pick works. Maybe you found the no signal mode. Yeah, muting mode. CR1620. You gave me a CR2016. Where'd you get that battery from, woman? Well, that ain't gonna fit. I'll see if I got one of them in stock. I think I got them at Bunnings. Pedal stuff, turntable stuff, battery stuff. Yeah, that's a problem with fixing stuff. Middle pickup, there's always jobs to do, eh? What is it? CR1620, CR2032, got heaps of them. They're the most common. CR1620. There you go. That's why I'm broke, legends, because I've got stock of everything. Tiny battery, eh? Look at the size of it. It's like a millimetre thick. Or 1.6 millimetres, because that's what the 16 stands for. It's probably the waterproofing, so we want to make sure that's on there good. Is that working? Where's the... Can you see it from there? Yep, sweet. It's quite alright. Alright, that works alright. Snap. Washer proofing, yeah. Washing machine proofing. It's probably the most likely source of moisture in that case. Put that in my little e-waste box. Now, got a little box where I put all the bugger batteries and lead, solder, excess solder, that kind of thing. I'm going to take off and go have brunch or almost lunch by this point with the missus. So have a good one, legends. Thanks for joining us. And I'll just give you the Dry July link if you did want to chuck a couple of bucks in the hat before I go. Or you can do it at any time, but I'll just give you the link before I go. And support legends that have been set back by the old C-bomb. Thanks for joining us, legends. Sorry I talked a little bit about politics there, but I think we can't ignore it anymore. It's just it's in our face all the time. It's like ignoring someone pointing a gun at your head, pretending they're not doing it or some shit. Time flies, yeah. 2:26 a.m. Jesus, go to bed, Tommy. Bloody hell. All right, get out there, enjoy some sunshine, legends. Stay hydrated. I know it's bloody hot in Europe and the US. In Canada, bloody fires up in Canada. Stay safe, legends. I'm pretty sure we got some of our firefighters over there giving you a hand. Hopefully the US will do the same. If they haven't cut that budget too. But yeah, stay safe and bloody play your guitar, legends. Read books, play guitar, and fight for your right to party. I have $30 on Venmo I can't access, but if I ever do, that's alright, Ted. It's fine, mate. See you, legends. See you next week or through the week with various videos. Until then.